Good evening, everyone. We are going to call the City of Deltona City Commission meeting for Monday, June 20th, 2022 to order. May we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Bradford? Here. Commissioner King?
Oh, he's absent, excuse.
Commissioner McCool? Here. Commissioner Ramos?
Present.
Commissioner Sosa?
Here.
Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez? Present. And Mayor Herzberg?
Here. So this evening, we'll turn the meeting over to Commissioner Ramos for the invocation and pledge and so forth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight we're going to have invocation by Nick, and we don't have anyone singing tonight, but we'll do the pledge right after. So if we can all stand and Nick do the invocation, I appreciate it.
Would you bow your heads with me, please? I think it'll come on then.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to be here tonight, for this wonderful city, for our commissioners, our mayor, vice mayor, for our city staff that are here tonight, city manager, and so on. Lord, we just praise you that we can invite you into this place here tonight. We would decrease and you would increase. And Lord God, that you'd make your spirit known throughout this place here tonight. Bring a spirit of peace and unity, Father God, so that we might do the business we do here tonight with community in mind. And Lord God, that all that we do and all that we say here will be honoring you and honoring the people of Deltona as well. These folks up here have a tough job to do, Lord God. That's keep a balance. We're asking you to help them to be able to do that. Give them good insight and understanding and your wisdom to use it. We invoke your presence now through your spirit. Be here in each one of us, and we'll give all the glory, the praise, and the honor to you as we do this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. If we get on the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. First item on our business agenda is item 4A, approval of the minutes of the regular commission meeting of June 6, 2022 as presented.
So move.
Is there a second? Second. Properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. The motion, Joyce?
The motion is I move to approve the minutes of the regular commission meeting of June 6, 2022 as presented.
Thank you. Motion in a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we have Mr. Peters, item 5A, under presentations, awards, and reports, a presentation of the community rating system, the CRS.
Yes, ma'am. This is just simply a providing information to the commission as part of the community rating system public information process. Really no presentation to speak of. The report speaks for itself.
Commissioners, any questions? Seeing none, we will go ahead and start our business meeting. Ordinances and public hearings. Item 6A is a public hearing, resolution number 2022-14, establishing the preliminary annual rate resolution for stormwater services for fiscal year 2022-2023. Commissioners, this is unchanged, $128 per equivalent residential unit. Do you have any questions? Let's see, we have Commissioner Ramos.
Madam Mayor, if there's no question, I'm ready to make a motion. I move to adopt resolution number 2022-14. The acting city manager has the authority to correct certain errors and the like.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. Is there anyone from the public that filled out a form to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Then we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. Seeing as there are no questions from the commissioner, please read the motion again, and then we'll vote.
The motion reads, I move to adopt resolution number 2022-14. The acting city manager has the authority to correct scrivener's errors and the like.
Thank you, ma'am. May we vote, please? And the motion passes 6-0. Next item is a public hearing. Item number B, resolution number 2022-17, establishing the preliminary annual rate resolution for Lake McGarrity Aquatic Weed Control Services for fiscal year 2022-2023. Commissioners, as you know, Lake McGarrity has a has a set rate structure that was approved when this first began. So this is following that rate structure that was approved by the residents in the Lake McGarrity district. If you have any questions, please click in. If not,
Mayor,
Commissioner Sosa?
I'm having problems.
Mr. Peters, on this one here, we're going from $134.15 down to $30, which is a difference of $104.15. Is that going to be a reduction in service to the folks around Lake McGarrity, or is there a surplus that's going to cover the difference? Or do we just not need to maintain that area as much?
Just a little background on Lake McGarrity. I'm not sure how many years ago, but I think this was about 5 or 6 years ago that we were petitioned to do the weed control for Lake McGarrity, and the residents agreed to that. Initially, there was a comprehensive treatment that was more expensive, and they really didn't know how many years that they were going to have to treat it. And at the time, we lent the money to this fund, the city did, and then it was paid back to the city over a period of 3 or 4 years. Now that initial treatment has been paid off, and we kept the same assessment for a few years in anticipation of another treatment. Well, since then, the fund balance has increased, and I've spoke with Phyllis Wallace about the last 3 years, what the condition is of the lake, and she said it's been doing great. It has not been in need of any other treatment. So rather than to have the fund balance accumulate, we decided to cut back on the charge and leave enough fund balance in there when it's ready for another treatment. But there's no reason to keep increasing, what they're paying in the fund balance. It's just better to roll back what their assessment is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions, commissioners? Is anyone from the public signed up to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Then we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing, and Commissioner Sosa, and then, are you back on, Commissioner Sosa?
I was just going to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right. I move to adopt resolution number 2022-14. The acting city manager has the authority to correct Scrivener's errors and the like.
Commissioner Sosa, that is an incorrect.
Supposed to say 17, Commissioner.
22 dash, is it
17.
17 or is it 14?
No, 14 is the one that we just
Yeah,
did, but it's put there, so it's supposed to be 17.
So can you just restate your motion, please? Can you just restate it with the correction of 22-17? No, 17. It's the same as the above, it's the item B above. I know, I saw, yeah, it's wrong.
Okay, so it's going to be 17?
Yes. The resolution states 17 in the
Okay.
actual paper.
All right. I move to adopt resolution number 2022-17. The acting city manager has the authority to correct Scrivener's errors and the like.
Properly moved by Commissioner Sosa, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. Will you please reread the motion for clarity?
The motion reads, I move to adopt resolution number 2022-17. The acting city manager has the authority to correct Scrivener's errors and the like.
Thank you, ma'am. May we vote, please? And the motion passes 6-0. We'll move on to the next item, which is resolution number 2022-15, establishing the preliminary annual rate of assessment of solid waste services. Commissioners, this is also one that stays the same in this fiscal year. Do you have any questions? If not, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I move to adopt resolution number 2022-15. The acting city manager has the authority to correct Scrivener's errors and the like.
Is there a second? Properly moved by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. Is there any member from the public that signed up to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Then we'll close the public comment portion of this hearing. Seeing as there are no commission questions, will you please reread the motion?
The motion reads, I move to adopt resolution number 2022-15. The acting city manager has the authority to correct scrivener's errors and the like.
May we vote, please? And the motion passes 6-0. Next item up is item D, resolution number 2022-16, establishing the preliminary annual rate resolution for street lighting services for fiscal year 2022-2023. And commissioners, as you know, this is based upon the rate agreed to, depending on the type of lighting, depending on and how many street lights for each individual district. So that is also unchanged. So if you have no questions, is there anyone that signed up from the public to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Then we need a motion and a second, please, commissioners.
I'll make the motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 2022-16. The acting city manager has the authority to correct scrivener's errors and the like.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. May we reread the motion and vote, please?
The motion reads, I move to adopt resolution number 2022-16. The acting city manager has the authority to correct scrivener's errors and the like.
And may we vote, please? And the motion passes 6-0. Next item is E, public hearing for resolution number 2022-18, establishing the annual rate resolution for nuisance abatement services for fiscal year 2022-2023. And Commissioner McCool is on the board.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to clarify regarding the, I understand passing this year's, the annual rate resolution for the nuisance abatement, correct? And we are moving forward with the rental ordinance, correct? When will that be done-ish, Mr. Peters?
In talking to the city attorney earlier today, we're hoping to have something by the end of July, hopefully at a workshop, to begin the process of bringing the commission up to date on where we are so that we can pass a ordinance later this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, commissioners, seeing as no more questions, has anyone signed up from the public to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Then we'll close public comment portion of the hearing. We need a motion and a second for this item, please.
Madam Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2022-18. The acting city manager has the authority to correct scrivener's errors and the like.
Properly moved by Commissioner McCool, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. May we reread the motion and vote, please?
The motion reads, I move to adopt resolution number 2022-18. The acting city manager has the authority to correct scrivener's errors and the like.
Thank you, ma'am. May we vote, please? And the motion passes 6-0. Now we'll move on to item F, which is a public hearing, ordinance number 12-2022, moratorium on future land use map amendments and rezoning requests that result in an increase of single-family detached residential density entitlements at second and final reading. Mr. Paradise, do we have any changes from the first reading?
No, Madam Mayor, there have been no changes. We do recommend that this be adopted at second and final hearing.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Paradise? Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Paradise and Mr. Peters, we have started scheduling out workshops, correct, after this moratorium as to move quickly through during our 6-month moratorium. I understand regarding impact fees, correct? Impact fee workshop and the like.
That is correct. With regard to the public scoping element of this, we do have an RFP out on the street, and responses are due by the 28th of June.
And I would encourage us also to please bone up on House Bill 59 and Senate Bill 337 as we move through this moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ramos?
Madam Mayor, if there's no questions, I make a motion. I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 12-2022 at second and final reading. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections and correct errors and the like.
Second.
Madam Mayor, we do have one public comment on this.
Right, but we can have a motion and a second and then go to public comment. So Properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Commissioner McCool. Any other questions from the commission for Mr. Paradise? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment.
Tara DiErico, please.
Thank you. I don't really need to make my public comment now, so just thank you all very much for approving this, because I know the residents are going to be very, very happy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, may we reread the motion and vote, please?
Madam Mayor, I need to read the ordinance.
I'm sorry, you need to read the ordinance.
You want to do the motion first and then I'll read, or?
No,
Okay.
either way,
We can throw down for it, Joyce.
let's do it.
All right, the motion reads, I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 12-2022 at second and final reading. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay. Ordinance number 12-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, declaring and implementing a temporary moratorium until January 1, 2023 on the acceptance, processing, and consideration of applications for any rezonings resulting in a request for an increase of density beyond existing zoning entitlements to facilitate a detached dwelling on an individual lot development pattern throughout all of Deltona, requiring the Commission to initiate extensive community scoping and visioning review of the city's comprehensive plan and land development regulations, providing for non-codification, conflicts, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you, Marcia. May we vote, please? And the motion passes 6-0. We'll move on to item G, public hearing for ordinance 11-2022, rezoning request to BPUD Business Planned Unit Development, Pell Excavation for approximately 197 acres of land at the second and final hearing. Mr. Paradise.
Madam Mayor, members of the commission, Ron Paradise, Community Services for the record. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. I'm going to turn the floor over to our legal counsel, Marshall Siegel George, to discuss quasi-judicial matters, including standing, ex parte communication, swearing in, and substantial and competent evidence.
Thank you, Ron. Okay, so, you know, we've been through this a number of times, so I'm going to swear in with regards to folks that have standing, and then anybody else who doesn't want to swear can still speak in public comment. And then I'll turn this back to the mayor, and you will ask you and your board to share any ex parte communications you may have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone who has standing needs to stand up and raise their right hand. And you know, if you received, I've got a list of, I don't know how, there's no numbers on here, but we have the people that are within 300 feet of the property in question that received letters. So those are our folks standing. So if any of those people want to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. If there are other folks that want to speak, then you do not have to. You just fill out a request to speak and can speak on the matter. Okay? So I don't have anybody? Okay. I'll turn it back to the mayor, and you can question as to ex parte communications.
Thank you, Marcia. So the next step in our process, we will go ahead and disclose for every commissioner who, what, where, and when regarding discussion involving this case, site visits, et cetera. We'll begin, please, Bridget, alphabetically for each commissioner.
Commissioner Bradford?
Yes.
Commissioner King?
Is absent and excused.
Oh, okay. Commissioner McCool?
No ex parte since last meeting.
Commissioner Ramos?
No ex parte.
Commissioner Sosa?
No ex parte since last meeting.
Vice Mayor Villa-Vasquez?
No ex parte since last meeting.
Mayor Hertzberg?
No ex parte communication. So, Marcia, you already did all the swearing in. So now, Mr. Paradise, Staff report, any changes?
Yes, ma'am. At the May hearing, the applicant represented there would be some adjustments made to the development agreement regarding haul routes and the addition of some language with regard to a wetland area known locally as the Savannah. The DA's been changed to allow hauling on, to not allow hauling on Doyle Road / DeBerry Drive between State Road 415 and I-4. It also does not allow hauling on Lake Shore Drive or Enterprise Osteen Road. Also, there was mention made about Golden Hills Road, and that was also added to the hauling prohibition list, if you will. With regard to the Savannah, there was recognition the area has been and continues to be used for passive agriculture, and there was a consideration that if in the future the BPUD was updated to change the uses, then there would be a requirement for the Savannah area to be encumbered by a conservation easement to preserve the area. Also, there was a couple of housekeeping items that resulted in the clarification of the operation of hours, which is from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And finally, there is recognition that only one area on the property in question, resulting in a 9-acre lake, would be the limits of the excavation. Finally, from talking to the applicant earlier, late last week and today, they're requesting one last-minute clarification with regard to the required 100-foot buffer. That 100-foot buffer is a code requirement for excavation activities to be set back 100 feet from wetlands. They just want to make sure that that 100 feet is limited to those excavation activities only. I'd be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Paradise? Commissioner McCool.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Paradise, I want to ask, when we put these caveats in place, right, in the development agreement regarding where these trucks may haul and where they may not haul, okay? I want to bring to mind a large company that we had the same assurances from. However, we've had issues with errant drivers, and the roads that they drive on were a little bit more substantial than the roads that we're talking about. We have some sensitive areas that we're talking about hauling. So are they able, sir, to put in the development order any type of room for punitive fines for them being caught driving? Because we did not capture that at the last place where we had possible issues, so I'm asking about that.
I'm gonna attempt to respond to that, but after I respond, I'm gonna turn the floor over. Sure. Unless there's any other questions to the applicant. I had a lengthy conversation with the attorney Glenn Storch, who represents this project. His law partner Joe Posey is here in his absence. I learned some very interesting things in the fact that these enforcement matters, I was assured by the attorney that all we'd have to do was to talk to him and he'd make things right. He gave me an example because he's represented other excavations that basically they had a problem with something that happened in the county, and he called up the applicant and said, hey, look, we all represented that this wouldn't happen. And then the attorney made an interesting statement that if they don't comply, I will go after them. And I didn't pursue what that meant, but I imagine that would be pretty compelling for an attorney to say, I'll go after you for, to ensure that there's some sort of compliance. But like I said, I'll turn the floor over to the applicant to further elaborate.
That's fine, and please note this, I understand him saying that is a pledge of marriage, but until you get the ring on the finger, it's not legal, so I want written assurances. So can we make that happen legally, I'm asking?
I will turn that over to the applicant to field.
So we have one more question on the floor, and then we'll go to the applicant's people. Vice Mayor?
Actually, Mayor, I'm going to withdraw my question. I was just going to say what Ron just said, which was assured to us at the last meeting that these roads will be respected and that they will make sure that no traffic is through there. So, yes,
Okay.
I agree with
And just to make a comment on that, Mr. Paradise, going down Doyle, there's already a lot there with multiple dump trucks there. And so let's be clear, when we talk about enforcing, we can't be calling on every single dump truck that's already there. This is this is not banning all dump trucks on Doyle Road. This is simply for the purpose of the excavation and not using Doyle as a continual pathway with the dirt.
Thank you for that clarification.
Because already,
not all dump trucks are going to be...
Not all dump trucks are hauling dirt from the Pell property.
That's correct.
So with that's, again, just to be clear, we have a lot of building going on in the city and so forth. Okay, so there are no more questions for you, Mr. Paradise. So the applicant has their 15 minutes.
Oof. I hope I don't need 15 minutes.
No, I don't think so, but, we'll be courteous.
I appreciate that. Good evening, Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, attorney for the applicant, attorney at Glenn Storch's office. And I actually think I have a good solution for the situation. Is the way that Ron has written the revised DA actually contemplates some of the obligations that we've represented. So like any typical zoning-related issue, it goes to code at that point. And at code, that's when the assessment of fines occurs, and I imagine that your code enforcement will be very attentive to these types of issues. So the mechanism exists for us to be held accountable in that regard, besides the representations of what Glenn said, which I have no doubt that that's what we're going to follow through on. But I at least want to give you the reassurance that your process is in place to keep us accountable in the way that the DA has been revised. So I just want to, and I know there was probably a scramble here to get these revisions done, so it's obviously being responsive to you guys. So other than that, I think that addresses all the comments that came out of the last hearing, and I do appreciate that clarity. So, and especially anybody who's listening in can look to the agreement for that assurance. So, and again, I'm here to answer any questions if there's any follow-up. So,
okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner McCool?
Yeah, was there a road bond? Was there a bond done against damage for was there anything done like that?
Well, the bonding part is through the site plan process. So again, we're at the stage where we're trying to set the entitlements in place, and as part of what your staff is reviewing is all of the bonding, the hydrology, everything that, in addition and above and beyond what we're doing by putting the entitlements in place, that would be reviewed as part of the site plan process. So those are that's exactly would be something that would be looked into, because there's obviously the restoration of the lake and also any damage or improvement that needs to be done by, again, hopefully we don't get into that situation, but that would be required as a result of the dump trucks and their coming and going. So,
and that's fine. I'm in agreement about the project. I like the project. However, with that being said, given the infrastructure constraints that we have sometimes, I just want to make sure that any of those problems are mitigated at time that it happens, you know what I'm saying? And kept current, because we have little recourse, right? And I just want to make sure that legal is understanding that we're looking at that. It's written down in the development agreement that, if roads are damaged or traveled upon, that there is some type of mitigation or punitive for that.
I 100% agree, because our accountability and our credibility is at stake too. So I think there's a mutual relationship here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I could jump in here. The conditions about which roads they can go on is part of the development agreement for the property. If they were to violate that, I believe we have the authority to shut the project down until we have some type of strategy to get it back on course. With regard to State Road 415, the applicant will have to get a permit from the State Department of Transportation, and I am almost certain that they will have a bonding requirement to mitigate or redo the road should there be damages as a result of their operation.
Thank you, sir. Okay, no more questions. Now we'll move to people with standing. Has anyone with standing asked to speak on this item? No one was sworn in, so I'm going to say no.
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, then we're going to go ahead to public participation. Has anyone filled out for public participation that does not have standing?
No, Madam Mayor.
Then we'll close the public participation portion of this. No questions, no rebuttal. And now we will go ahead and call for a motion and a second
I'll make a
from the
motion.
commission. Go ahead, ma'am.
I hereby move to approve ordinance number 11-2022, the Pell Excavation Business Planet Unit Development Rezoning Request with added development agreement language to protect the Savannah, limit hauling on certain roadway corridors, clarify hours of operation, and recognizing the excavation will consist of one 9-acre pit at second and final hearing based on the following reasons and facts. A, the excavation use will be managed to ensure appropriate operation, including hours, days of use, and heavy truck traffic usage. B, the property will be subject to a reclamation plan. C, the property is the future, will not be eligible for urban development, thus perpetuating the rural character of the East Osteen area. D, urban development will no longer be an option, therefore urban sprawl will not be introduced into the Osteen area, earmarked for non-urban uses. E, there will be less potential future conflicts with city operations in the Eastern Wastewater Reclamation Plant. And F, the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan by furthering several provisions that address the management and conservation of soil and mineral resources. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I may suggest, if the maker of the motion is so desires to also add the clarification language about the 100-foot wetland buffer.
So the 100-foot wetland buffer
Yeah,
is
that was only, it's only intended to apply to the excavation uses.
So according to Ron Paradise, I don't have to say this all over again, right? No. Okay,
the 100-foot wetland buffer will only apply to the excavation area.
correct. You got that, Joyce?
Is there a second? I'll second the motion. So the motion has been properly moved by Vice Mayor Avila-Vasquez, seconded by me. Will you please reread the motion? Good luck, Joyce.
Okay, the motion reads, I hereby move to approve ordinance number 11-2022, the Pell Excavation Business Planned Unit Development Rezoning Request with added development agreement language to protect the Savannah, limit hauling on certain roadway corridors, clarify hours of operation, and recognizing the excavation will consist of one 9-acre pit at second and final hearing based on the following reasons/facts. A, the excavation use will be managed to ensure appropriate operation, including hours/days of use and heavy truck usage. B, the property will be subject to a reclamation plan. C, the property in the future will not be eligible for urban development, thus perpetuating the rural character of the East Osteen area. D, urban development will no longer be an option, therefore urban sprawl will not be introduced into the Osteen area earmarked for non-urban uses. E, there will be less potential future conflicts with city operations in, and it should be the area was left out, like the Eastern Wastewater Reclamation Plant. And F, The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan by furthering several provisions that address the management and conservation of soil and mineral resources. We added 100-foot wetland buffer only intended to apply to excavation area. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Thank you, ma'am. May you read the ordinance, please, Madam Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. Ordinance number 11-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 197 acres of land located east of SR 415 and west of Keel Hall Road from county zoning classifications RC, A-1, and RA to City of Deltona Business Plan Unit Development, or BPUD, for the purposes of an excavation, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. May we vote, please? And the motion passes 6-0. We'll move on to the next item, which is item H, a public hearing, ordinance number 13-2022, Fernanda Place, RPUD major amendment to include a new plus or minus 43.55 acre phase 3 to the Fernanda Place RPUD. The RPUD amendment includes changing the zoning for plus or minus 43.55 acres of land from agricultural classification A to residential planned unit development RPUD at first reading. Mr. Paradise, also a quasi-judicial.
Absolutely, Madam Mayor.
Same process.
Yes, I will turn the floor over to Marcia Siegel George to discuss standing. We've got 33 with standing, swearing in, ex parte communication, and indication of each voting member of the commission to cite reasons for their vote and position using substantial and competent evidence.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone who has standing in this case, please stand and raise your right hand if you wish to speak. No? Okay. Anyone else who wants to speak but does not have standing may fill out a form to speak. Madam Mayor, we don't have anyone then that wishes to speak with standing.
Yes, sir.
We do need to swear in our witnesses as well, right?
Okay, your witnesses, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you would stand, please, and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're going to give to the City Commission this evening is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Bridget?
There are 4 without standing.
Without standing.
Correct.
Okay, they'll be in the public comment portion then. They're fine. They'll be under public participation. Okay, now we'll move to the next item, which is ex parte communication, disclosure for the entire commission. If you could go alphabetically, whether or not you have had ex parte communication.
Commissioner Bradford,
Yes, I spoke with Attorney Watts.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes, I've had ex parte communication with the attorney of record, with the developer. I have driven the site, I have walked the site, and I believe I spoke to a neighbor regarding the property.
Commissioner Ramos,
No ex parte since the last time.
Commissioner Sosa,
Yes, I've driven the site on Osteen Cemetery Road as well as the development. I've had email communications from several of the residents in the area.
Vice Mayor Vila Vasquez,
Yes, I met with the lawyer.
and Mayor Hersberg.
Yes, I have had discussions with the applicant's attorney and also driven the site. Okay. We have already sworn in everyone. Now, Mr. Paradise, staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. A little bit of history. On July 7th, 2016, the City Commission approved a project known as the Fernanda Place Residential Plan Unit Development, just located north of Pine Ridge High School and off of the Howland Corridor. The Fernanda project would ultimately yield 252 single-family units within 2 phases. Currently, both phases are almost built out. The purpose of this proposal is to add 43.5 acres as part of what is known as Phase 3, or will be known as Phase 3 of the Fernanda project. The roughly 43-acre tract is located south of the Fernanda project, Phases 1 and 2, and east of Pine Ridge High School. The 43.5-acre area is currently either engaged in active agriculture, a nursery use, or has in the past been used for agriculture. The agricultural zoning has a minimum lot size of 1 acre, and commercial agricultural uses are allowed. Currently, the 43.5-acre area is accessed by Osteen Cemetery Road. Osteen Cemetery Road is a prescriptive right-of-way, and it is not suitable to support traffic associated with an urban type of development. The goal, with regard to the agricultural zoning classification, the agricultural zoning can be considered a holding pattern, waiting for more intensive development that would be associated with the city. It is not a widely applied zoning classification. The goal of the RPUD amendment is to facilitate the development of the 43.5 acres into 152 single-family dwelling units and incorporate the project into the greater 142-acre Fernanda Place Phases 1 and 2 development. The Phase 3 addition will feature single-family detached lots with lot sizes ranging from 6,000 square feet to 5,250 square feet. Most of these lots will be in the 6,000 square feet range. For comparison, both the existing phases of Fernanda, Phase 1 and 2, have a minimum lot size of 7,200 square feet. The 43.5 acre will also be associated with amenities and a tot lot, which is a small neighborhood park. The existing Fernanda Place amenity area located in the northwestern corner of Phase 1 is proposed to be upsized to accommodate the new phase with a new pool and existing expanded parking. The new phase will be connected to Phase 1 and Phase 2 via Fernanda Drive, and Fernanda Drive will ultimately connect to connects to Howland Boulevard, a city thoroughfare. With regard to traffic, Phase 3 was first modeled at 160 units and was expected to generate 1,602 trips. The project has since been scaled back to 152 units, which means the project would generate 1,535 trips. All the trips would use local road Fernanda Drive for access to the city's thoroughfare system, i.e. Howland Boulevard. There will be no access on Osteen Cemetery Road associated with this project. 58% of the trips will go left on Howland and head east, with about approximately 28% of those trips ending at Walmart or accessing the State Road 415 corridor. 42% of the trips will head west on Howland Boulevard, with many of those trips expected to access Interstate 4. While traffic from new Phase 3 may seem like a lot, the Fernanda Road is a local road but has the capacity to support the new phase. The city's thoroughfare network also has the capacity to support the new phase. However, improvements must be made to ensure safe ingress and egress to Howland Boulevard. Those improvements include a full traffic signal at the intersection of Fernanda Drive / Golden Hills and Howland Boulevard. To facilitate that signalization, there's also a requirement to build a new road connecting Fernanda Drive with Pride Elementary, i.e. Learning Lane, so that both the school and the subdivision can share that signalized / protected access onto There are some special circumstances associated with this request that include a past excavation activity on the property. As presented to staff, the goal was to continue the excavation, we were just talking about one of those a minute ago, to supply fill for Phase 3. This would involve hauling through the existing neighborhood. However, conditions of the past excavation area and ponds are unacceptable. They're dangerous. They were never finished. They were left unkempt. And these areas really need to be reclaimed. The applicant has offered mitigative measures to address hauling through the neighborhood, and staff is interested in limiting any hauling linked to a known volume that would come out of the pond areas. So we could set a certain time frame for this hauling. This fill volume has not been quantified, and staff does suggest that there needs to be some sort of analysis to determine how much fill could come out of there with regard to this reclamation. Also within Phase 1 and Phase 2, parking needs to be addressed. Phase 3 will be designed with overflow parking and options for on-street parking as well. Phase 1 and Phase 2 were never designed with any remote parking or overflow parking options. There's a lot of on-street parking occurring within the project. Staff is suggesting the original phases of Fernanda be retrofitted with overflow parking to limit on-street parking within the neighborhood. This will include the addition of at least 17 spaces near that excavation pond area. A portion of Phase 3 is wetland. The majority of Phase 3 is pre-developed with agricultural uses. Staff is suggesting Ordinance 13-2022 be approved contingent on the following updates to the RPUD agreement. And I'll provide Joyce a copy of this so that if there's a motion made, we can go through this. A description of the applicable roadway cross-sections for both the connection from Fernanda Drive and the elementary school, and a roadway cross-section for Phase 3 featuring on-street parking options be included within the RPUD package. Information about the expansion of the pool and parking for the amenity area, including the carrying capacity of the new pool, be included within the development agreement. Update Phase 3 to include a pedestrian trail along the stormwater area and a connection of that pedestrian trail to the sidewalk network. The intent is to further amenitize Phase 3. Parking retrofits for Phase 1 and Phase 2 need to be added to the development agreement. Update the development agreement to indicate how the homeowners association can enforce parking regulations. Clarify the HOA will manage all phases of the Fernanda Place project in a unified manner. Limit model home development within Phase 3 to 5 model homes with certain conditions. Add language to the development agreement about reclamation of the amenity pond/excavation area, including geotechnical or permitting information. Recognition that there will be a bond posted at 115% for reclamation, hauling on city roads, and parking, and update all exhibits within the ordinance as applicable. Finally, this proposal, after Planning and Zoning Board recommended the City Commission not adopt the rezoning request, has gone through several revisions. These revisions are captured accurately in the agenda memo. We had a snafu with regard to the staff report. There was a cut and paste error, sorry, but we will fix that in the next revision under the Scrivener's error clause. I'll be happy to field any questions you may have with regard to this.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Paradise? Commissioner Sosa.
Yeah. How many acres is Phase 1 and Phase 2?
142 acres, I believe.
142?
Yeah.
And how many houses do they have on that?
252 single-family units were approved. I think probably 95% of this project's built out, but I will defer to the applicant about that.
Okay. And we're looking to put
152.
152 on 40 acres, 43 acres?
Yeah, 43.5 acres, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when this, I wasn't a commissioner when this was first approved, so was there not something in the Phase 1, Phase 2 about a Phase 3 coming as well, but it was only like 30 houses or 33 houses up by the front of the project by where the amenities are?
I recollect there was some discussion about that area along Fernanda Drive being developed in some capacity or another, but that never came to fruition.
No, do we know why?
Yes, because that's in the county.
So
That's
it was
not in the
never
city.
annexed
Yes,
into the
it's not in
city?
the city's jurisdiction. That was one reason.
Okay, but they could have annexed that in if they wanted to follow through with that.
Yeah, there was a possibility for that.
Okay. Now, was there any ever plans for Phase 3 to go over on these 43 acres?
No. This is a latest addition. I think the applicant was able to secure an option on some property to the south, and they were looking at it as a logical extension to the existing Fernanda project.
Okay. With the excavation area, it was never cleaned up. I've been back there before when this was under construction. It was a mess. And I know today I drove by there and they have the gate blocking it now, chained off. Why was it never cleaned up after Phase 1, Phase 2?
Just to clarify, the applicant or none of the builders within Phase 1 and Phase 2 were responsible. That was all done by a previous owner. To answer your question, I do not know why that was never reclaimed. I will say this, that we do have an opportunity now to work with the applicant who's responsible for this and they're willing to work with us on having that area reclaimed.
Okay. Now, did the original developments of Phase 1 and Phase 2, did the original person or developer use fill dirt out of that area?
They may have, and I do know some of this fill dirt was trucked off to other areas, wherever.
Okay. All right, because I'm looking at the original, the map here, and we never cleaned up the excavation area. And then I drive down Fernandad, and as a developer, I'm going to fill in every space I can. But yet, halfway up Fernandad, there's a space there that's perfect going right into the 43 acres. To me, that seems like it was planned. So I'm kind of not getting the warm and fuzzies over that. Going beyond that, though, who's paying for the signal that's going out in front of Howland, Golden Hills, and Fernandad?
The applicant will pay for that, and that like I said, that's and they'll also pay for the new roadway as well.
Okay. Now, will the applicant be getting impact fee credits to, subsidize that the light going in?
I can say not from the city. I do not think they will be eligible for impact fee credits from the county. That's just a safety measure that is needed to ensure that there's a high level of function there. The county only give impact fee credits, and the city for that part, for projects that result in an increase of capacity. And
Can you shut the
traffic
timer off,
signals.
please? I'm sorry, Ron. No idea why that's going off. First time for everything. Sorry.
That's okay. But yeah, the county and the city only give impact fees for projects that result in an increase of capacity. Traffic signals, don't do that.
Okay. Now, the new road, from the way I'm looking at it on the maps here, you know, I've got my glasses, but this is still super small, so I can't see everything perfect. But if driving through the area, and I've driven through there, it's got that little stub out almost by the pool area, the amenities area. That road's going across the back there, and it's going to cut right into the school property, correct?
That was one of the plans, to create a connection. I think the school board at one time did not really want a vehicular connection there. And, you know, right now the plan is to have the connection located along the western margin of this property.
Okay, and that will connect into the school?
Oh, yes, it'll connect to Learning Lane. And the school district and the county and the city and the applicant have worked on that.
All right, do we have final confirmation that the school district's okay with that?
Yes, they have written confirmation that they are in agreement with the connection. There's some of the details that need to be worked out as far as what that connection looks like, how it's engineered, designed, and constructed.
Okay, because I know I go into that school quite a bit, and that school's a disaster. It's one way in for everything.
Yeah.
Buses, parent pickup, drop-off. And to me, where it looks like you're putting this extra road is right there in front of the gates of where parent pickup drop-off is. So I'm not sure if the school, I'd love to see the documentation of the school approving that.
The applicant is going to construct some parallel parking on that road, that new roadway, that will probably or definitely be used by parents during the pickup and drop-off process.
Okay. All right. So if you can get me the written documentation, I'd appreciate that for the,
yes, sir,
the access into the school property. Okay. Going back to the back part of the property by Osteen Cemetery Road, there is an emergency entrance there, correct?
Yeah.
For emergency vehicles to be able to access the property.
That's correct.
And it's not going to be paved or anything, it's just going to be grass, dirt, whatever's there?
Yeah, whatever's there existing in the field.
Okay. Are you going to put a crash gate on that?
Are you referring to the existing emergency access for phases 1 and 2?
No, for phase 3.
I do not know if there's going to be a crash gate there.
Okay, because once you leave that ingress-egress open, that's going to create chaos right there on Osteen Cemetery Road. And I know the cemetery has already got issues with people going through there and tearing up the cemetery on the four-wheelers and so forth.
Right.
So I would think we would need to address that.
Okay.
Now, you said we're going to do additional on-street parking. None of that is going to happen in phase 1 and 2, correct?
That's correct.
It's only phase 3?
That's correct.
So how wide are the roads going to be in phase 3?
There'll be a 52-foot cross-section or 52-foot right-of-way. And I'm not going to steal the applicant's thunder, but they do have a cross-section as part of their PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. So the paved section is going to be 50 feet?
Not the entire paved section. The 52-foot will also include grass strips and the sidewalk system.
How much will actually be paved?
I do not remember, but like I said, it's part of the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. And we've already indicated more parking is going to go by the excavation.
That's correct. 17 spaces is what we've discussed.
Okay. The only other issue anybody had made a point of was the swimming pool being next to the swimming pool that's already there and the lack of parking in phase 1. I know that's been brought up as a major concern. Do you know how that's going to be addressed?
Yeah, what they have done is they've designed the swimming pool to accommodate the expected usership of that pool, and they're going to expand parking as well. Again, I'm going to turn that over to the applicant to further elaborate.
All right. Well, thank you.
Commissioner McCool, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, Ron, can we get a map up on the big screen, please? Is that possible? I would like the map that is on the last page of our presentation.
Can I bring that up on your?
Cross-section, satellite hybrid. Can we bring that up, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna, if I can get this thing to, there we go. Is that what you're looking at?
Nope.
Is that what you?
No, I would like the hybrid map. Yes.
That it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, if we observe, first of all, coming down the road, we see where the light is, okay, the entrance. Is this where the applicant is proposing to put the parking?
No.
Okay.
The parking will be located by the excavated area there in, you see those, there's a blue square and a magenta square. Just as commuter drive terminates, that's where that 17 spaces will go.
Okay. So where is the school parking going to go?
Along this new corridor here. And the 17 spaces will go here. I just got the cursor here.
Okay, so I understand, I'm trying to differentiate between the resident parking and school traffic parking. Because if I understand correctly, one of the main issues of residents currently in is people that do not live there coming in for school parking. Yep. And as I drove through there on a nice leisurely Saturday, noticed that there are an average of 3 cars in driveways parked across the sidewalks because garages, some that I saw open, have been converted into bars or whatever, okay? So there's 3 and 4 cars per family, and we are asking for more space, parking space for the new development. Are we to believe that this is going to be adequate parking for everyone? Because also, if I'm not mistaken, in 1 and 2, there are one-way parking on one side of the street already, correct?
No, there is no provision for on-street parking in phases 1 and 2.
There are signs, maybe we ask the attorney or whomever, there are signs per the HOA in this development that there's only parking allowed on one side of the street already. I saw the signs.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking to clarify. Is that an HOA or is that a developer thing?
I do not know.
Okay, I'm seeing that the attorney says that he will speak to that, okay? My major concern with this is parking. Again, going there on a Saturday without school traffic and seeing this. So I want that addressed. 17, to me, I'm not an engineer, but I'm a family person. That seems to be pithy to me. Also, now, if we go here in the back part of the proposed development, where the nursery currently is, okay? What does a nursery, because a nursery, it looks like there's nothing on that site with the exception of the house and the structures we're talking about. Is there an active nursery operation going on right now?
According to the property appraisers, there's 2 tax ID numbers that comprise this property. There's a property to the north, which is approximately like so. Mm-hmm. And then there's one to the south. The property to the south is not taxed at an agricultural rate, okay? The property to the north is taxed at an agricultural rate for nursery use.
I'm asking if there's an active nursery on the property right now because it looked to be, with the exception of the structure, abandoned. There's nothing. Can that be clarified for me, please?
Yeah, I will defer to the applicant on that, on the condition of the property right here and now.
Then I reckon the rest of my questions are for the applicant when that comes time, so I will defer time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Ron, the Well, one of the questions was already answered to the Cemetery Road. There's no through traffic there, right?
That's
Just
correct.
It'll be just the emergency entrance and exits?
That's correct.
And that's for both or just Phase 1 and Phase 2?
There is an emergency access off the Cemetery Road for Phase 1 and Phase 2 already, which is located right here.
Okay. And the entrances, so looking at Phase 2, they will exit into Phase 1 to exit out onto the road to Howland?
Yeah, everything outfalls to Howland through Fernanda Drive.
So Phase 2 has no exits at all to the roads?
That's
They have
correct.
to go into Phase 1 and out?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Okay, there are no more questions on the board from the commission, so Mr. Paradise, we will now go to the applicant.
Good evening, everyone. For the record, Michael Woods, with law firm Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, here today on behalf of the applicant in lieu of Mr. Watts. Thank you for having us here today. Ron gave a pretty darn good presentation and an explanation of what we're trying to do with this project. And really, we'd have to talk about our Phase 3, and it's basically a new subdivision with 50-foot wide lots with amenities on site. But we're also coming in and trying to the extent possible, retrofit the Phase 1 and Phase 2, particularly with the traffic being an issue. And to your point, it is limited as to exactly what we can do. We are not widening the rights of way there. Those homes have been constructed. The road is there. But we do have means to try to control the traffic out there now. And more to the point, with respect to our new phase, we are designing the roads to better accommodate and plan for on-street and off-street parking to avoid the situations that have come across with Phase 1 and Phase 2. Moving into, we'll just jump right over to the picture here. Yes, it is correct that the excavation operations were left in I guess it's kind to say not great shape. We are stepping in to correct and resolve that. The details that Ron kind of alluded to as far as the final detail for actual volume that can be removed from the excavation area will be a construction site plan determination. But I think the city is keeping its eye on the limiting the operations and activities there. The main point, though, I think from an impact standpoint for what we're kind of dealing with, we can kind of go from outside and working in, is talking about our traffic improvements on the project. When you work for or you start off with the first phases there for the original project that's in place, we have heard about school parking, pooling on there. We have heard about the limitation and access into the property. And what you will have once this project goes through is you will have that signalized intersection, again, at the developer's expense. I think Ron's probably accurate with the impact fee and impact fee credits. Obviously, to the extent that there are elements that are off-site improvements, you obviously apply for that, but ultimately it would be coming out of the developer's pocket to provide that signal. But I guess working from west to east there with New York Avenue, which is the road that's going to go to Learning Lane down to Fernandina Drive, that is going to be proposed to be a 60-foot wide right-of-way. With that 60-foot wide right-of-way, there will be a dedicated 9-foot wide parking space for on-street parking running along the length of that property. Now that sits back behind the existing residences that are on the west side of Phase 1 there. But there is separate buffering and screening that is in place. The roadway for what was New York Avenue, additional right-of-way was acquired to get that width. Now, what that will also do is it runs up to Learning Lane. It will connect back to our roadway that's up at that northern corner there. So that will have 2 connection points for the overall project. And it is correct that the school board is on board with that connectivity, but the final kind of design and engineering, as you say, you don't want to conflict with how parking drop-off goes in. But the idea here at the zoning is to agree and allow that that roadway will come through, and then we have to work with the engineers for the school board to finalize how that interconnects. But that way, you've got what is otherwise a one in, one out. It gives you a little bit more traffic flow moving forward with the opportunity for signalization, not necessarily at Clarion, but still have that option there. With respect to the other kind of traffic connectivity issue, that is correct. Osteen Cemetery Road is prescriptive. We are not relying upon it for a utilization. There is a, if you can see the green parcel that's down by our park track here, that would be the emergency access point for our phase 3. We don't have a crash gate plan, but probably we can provide something like that or bollards. That's meant to be for a pedestrian access into the amenity property over there. There is language and there is additional right-of-way that has been dedicated, there will be dedicated to the city for Osteen Cemetery Road, because again, it is prescriptive. We're not looking to revise that or to build upon that, but the city will have additional right-of-way in the future should they ever have to improve upon or stabilize that roadway for whatever purposes. The only other element that you would have from an interconnectivity standpoint on transportation is we do have a proposed stub out or planned stub out here on the southern portion of the property for future connectivity so that you don't have all the traffic going out to Howland. You know, interconnectivity, you know, we beat the drums, the county beats the drum on interconnectivity. I know Deltona doesn't necessarily have a traditional grid system, but you do have a surprising amount of interconnectivity in and off your roadways, and that helps. Obviously, it's not there yet, but it does provide for some future options should anything else come down the pipe. And then, Mr. Sosa, to your point, at the time when the original third phase was under contemplation, this property wasn't available. And so when this property became available, that became a more likely, more reasonable design option for the client to move forward with. With respect, let me scroll down here. Yeah, and then this, to show you kind of from the phase 3, we do have a plan for the 52-foot wide road right-of-way. Again, that's to contemplate for dedicated on-street parking on one side of the property. Going back onto phase 1 and 2, obviously we can't add in another 2 feet of asphalt or another 2 feet of right-of-way and retrofit that. We were kind of surprised, Commissioner McCool, about the installation already of the signs, but the game plan and the plan is, as an HOA enforced activity, is to limit the parking in the entirety of the project through HOA restrictions so that it would be only on one side of the street. Again, the project as it was originally proposed, I can't speak as to why it was or was not contemplated. So we're trying to fix it because, as you say, there's vehicles that are all over the place there. So that seems to be the better fix. The project up on phase 1 and phase 2 is fairly built out. So where they have that additional parking, and I concede, you're up here in that northwest corner, there is going to be some additional parking for the swimming pool amenity there, but that's going to be utilized by people using the swimming pool. But where we can come in and say, for what is honestly a fairly new, young community, like this isn't we're not dealing with like an older plat from like the 1950s or 60s. This is a newer project, and recognizing that there is an issue out there and trying to make improvements to it. That's what we're trying to do now as we move forward, and to avoid those mistakes as we come down to the phase 3. And then with respect to kind of the overall amenities, we do have, it's more of a passive recreational amenity for phase 3 in general, with the trail around there and then a dog park and passive recreation servicing that. We are adding to and enlarging the pool capacity up here. The thought process with that is there's a couple different elements there, but ultimately this entire project will be dealt with as a single HOA, single maintenance entity, and having the maintenance up here at a single location versus duplication of it into another location was the approach that the developer is trying to take. Talk there. Oh, yes. And then the comments and the conditions that Mr. Paradise put out at the beginning of the presentation are more than acceptable to us. The conversation since Planning Commission specifically was talking about not only our bonding for our improvements for Phase 3, but talking about the bonding and improvements for the retrofit of the excavation area there, and making sure that there is some teeth for the city from an enforcement standpoint to ensure that that's done properly this time. I think from that standpoint, we touched upon most of the questions. Let's see, I think Commissioner McCool. So the resident versus the school traffic parking, again, that's the main focus on the New York Avenue extension, is to provide for dedicated parking for the parents to queue up along that roadway. As I understand now, they tend to, although there's not a formal connection there at this point, they tend to kind of hit here, and we heard conversations and discussions about kids jumping fences and kind of cutting across through here. We hope that this kind of alleviates the issue there by giving a dedicated and planned accommodation for the school traffic there. And if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them, and I'll just reserve some time to respond to neighbor comments.
Commissioner McCool?
I do. So the whole blue dotted area is the, not area of development, but that is the developer's property, right? The whole blue 1, 2, 3, that is right ownership.
Yes.
The section undeveloped behind Pride Elementary School there, what is going on with that?
I believe that's where the wetland and I mean, there's a reason why the excavation was done there. I don't think that there's any other plans at this time. Do you want to? Sorry, Tina Lee is here from.
Yeah.
Tina Lee with Starlight Homes, 1064 Greenwood Boulevard, Lake Mary. Those are mostly conservation tracts with a few upland open space tracts, and then the 2 amenity ponds. There's also a pond you can see it's Stormwater 2 just behind the lots.
And those are being untouched rather other than the restoration, correct?
That would be correct. We're going to utilize fill for Phase 3. The restoration will occur between the 2 amenity ponds, and then the ponds will be put back or put into the position for which they were designed on the construction plans and with the Water Management District permit.
Okay, can I go back to the hybrid, please? The satellite hybrid map, please? Okay. I want to talk about the green area down to the, I want to talk about that area right there. What are the plans for that area there?
Okay, so the northern portion of it is going to be an open play field and a dog park.
Light green, correct?
That's the light green that you see the triangular gray section that goes up to Ocean Cemetery. That will just be, that's also an open space. So that will just be a continuation of the field.
So, okay, reason I bring this up is because that is a heavily vegetated area there. It is in pristine condition. I witnessed myself gopher tortoises in there. And that little square, there's some like really historical looking oaks right there that I have concerns about when we're talking about being an open play area. So I need to understand what the plans are for those other than the required minimum of cutting down nice trees. What is the plan for that? Because I know that I'm pretty sure y'all have been out there under those trees, yeah?
I haven't walked that particular side. I've been on the open space side in Phase 2, but during our design, we will take all of that into consideration.
Okay. I want to talk about also the setback. There's really no setback with the exception of the road there that butts up right to the existing development, okay? So I'm just asking about the proposed development, because when you drive the cemetery right there and you come across that part of the road that hits the housing right there, you can barely fit your vehicle on that. So I'm asking about the same setbacks on this side of the dirt road in the yellow right across from the green space is what I'm asking.
Okay, so I believe there is a 15-foot setback plus additional 25-foot dedicating to the city for additional right-of-way for Osteen Cemetery Road.
Has the developer offered any protection or offered, because the preservation of the cemetery is paramount? We're also, we're backed up really close to the cemetery as it is with the development. Has the developer talked to anyone regarding that many people moving in that small of an area? There's no one that can control who comes and goes out of the cemetery there, but has there been any discussion regarding help with the preservation of the cemetery?
So with respect to the development and putting the playfield in that area, we will be putting up a fence, continuing the fence where it exists today down to the wetland buffer in the light green area, so that at least that whole eastern side is protected from the development. But in terms of cutting off traffic or stopping anyone from moving within Osteen Cemetery Road, we're not doing anything to prevent anyone from going back and forth on that road.
So we're saying that for now, the triangle and the green is going to be developed or culled, or what are they doing with that when you say open play area?
So yeah, we're just removing all the underbrush that's there. Again, we'll look at it with respect to trees. The triangle portion was already cleared, and some trees were placed in that area, but it was otherwise, it's open. The last time I went, it was a grassed area with a few trees placed in it.
Okay. Has there been any discussion with the developer builder regarding any place for on-site storage? Meaning, in some developments, there are garages set aside wholly for storage, which frees up residents to park in their garage. I know that it would be at a premium, but has there been any discussion or room for that?
Other than the additional parking that we're going to be putting in Phase 2 by the amenity pond, and the additional parking that's off-street parking that's going in Phase 3, we haven't addressed or discussed putting storage facilities in.
Okay. Am I to understand also that this is pending on the geotechnical? The geotechnical has not been done on this area yet. Is that correct?
We've done a geotech, but what I think Mr. Paradise is asking is when we go to excavate, once we get into construction, once we go to excavate within the pond, he wants a specific geotechnical report to determine how much fill is going to be needed for Phase 3 and how much fill will come out of Phase 2.
What about so did we figure out if the nursery is still active or not?
So the nurseries are no longer active. Mr. Galvin has purchased the property already, so the nursery has subsided prior to this year.
So that 20 acres will be folded into the development, yes?
Yes, correct. 40 acres.
I thought the nursery was on 20 acres.
Okay, so the northern parcel, which was the most current active nursery.
Okay, when you go down the dirt road there, which nursery? There's a nursery, a sign still for the nursery there.
So the sign for the nursery is on the northern parcel. Again, that's the most current active nursery, is no longer active. The one on the south has not been active for a while.
Okay, and I also noticed that there is attached an environmental impact study. I'm asking, have they done when we say, because I looked for it and I did not find it, have we talked about doing soil studies for the portion where the nursery operated to make sure that it is safe have we done that already?
Yes, ma'am, we have, and it's clear. And the Phase 1 that we've submitted is a clean report.
Okay. Thank you.
You good? No more questions from the commission? I just have one. You're talking about abutting the Osteen Cemetery. Who owns the Osteen Cemetery?
Do you know? I'm not aware of that.
According to the property appraiser, it's the county of Volusia.
Okay.
I might be wrong, but that's what the
So yes, so the county is showing its ownership. The county is not claiming ownership. They're throwing the ownership towards the city. So it's just a prescriptive easement at this point.
But the actual cemetery, the actual parcel is an unincorporated Volusia County. Am I right?
I don't know what the cemetery is.
It looks like unincorporated Volusia County. And the reason I'm asking is because there's concern over the cemetery that I've heard here. So I want to know who owns the cemetery, and has anyone spoken with the cemetery owners? And is there a problem with the owners of the cemetery have any issues with anything like access and so on and so forth?
So the broker that we're working with represents the LaFease family, and this was the LaFease family cemetery. And again, they're the ones brokering the deal, so they are aware of what we're doing. They have seen our site plan, and they understand what's going on Osteen Cemetery Road, and have not had any rejection from them with respect to our site plan.
So looking at the property tax bill, there's no property tax collected on this parcel at all, the Osteen Cemetery, and it is in Volusia County. It's in unincorporated Volusia County, and the Osteen Cemetery is in care of County of Volusia. So if we have any issues with the Osteen Cemetery per se, it seems the county is the owner.
There is...
Or is there a dispute?
I don't think there's a dispute over the ownership, but there is a state-appointed board, from what I've been told, that is comprised of 6 or 7 entities that have interests out there that provide management oversight for that cemetery.
I mean, that's fine, but my concern is we're talking ownership. If we're talking about the parcels around and the parcels of that the nursery, the previous nursery, and so on and so forth, and we're talking about Osteen Cemetery Road, so I'm asking, the County of Volusia is the owner of the cemetery, then if they have any concerns with people accessing that cemetery in and out, condition of the road, and so on and so forth, that lies with the County of Volusia. Am I correct?
That would seem to be
It's not the city of Deltona, and it's not a private landowner. So if that's the case, I was just curious to know, because we're talking about property, and we're talking about property around this potential development. So you have 2 schools, because in front of it is that Pine Ridge High School on the bottom?
correct.
Yes.
And the land behind the buildings and the big oval, is that all school property? So the school property, the development abuts the school property.
Correct.
So you have school property on that side, and then you have Pride Elementary on the other side. And then you're gonna go ahead and put a light on Howland for access on Fernando, right?
Correct.
And then the other exit where you're having the issues is Clarion up there, right? For the school that goes in, and is it Clarion?
Clarion, correct.
Yes. And so you've acquired the property where the magenta line is to create that thoroughfare and provide parking along that thoroughfare. Parallel parking,
Correct.
on-street parking. Okay. Right now, phases 1 and 2 are in HOA, yes or no?
Yes.
And the issues that you're having with parking, and I'm not talking about the issues, I understand the issues from the school where the people are, basically lining up, not on Clarion, but they're lining up in the subdivision.
That would be correct.
And I understand that's problematic for those people that have a property there. It's not fair, who have chosen to purchase in there. Are those houses on that corner built out then, where they're stacking?
Correct, they are.
And what about the building in the upper, as I'm looking at it, upper left-hand corner? Is that an amenities building?
That's the amenity center.
Okay,
Correct.
and that's where they're stacking as well?
Right, the parking
Okay.
lot is on the very western edge.
Okay. So you're going to be providing an additional exit, a road, additional parking, and then let's talk about the actual parcel. How much of that parcel is already cleared in terms of the former nursery property?
The majority of it is cleared. It was.
I'm asking these questions for the public. I mean, I've looked on the satellite, and that is what, but I just want clarification, because sometimes the satellite shots that you see are not clear. So, to me, the majority of the property was at some point a working business, was a working nursery.
Correct.
So you already have a good portion of that is already cleared for the nursery that was there. So your area that's in green, is that currently cleared?
It is not.
So that's going to be, just for clarification, all three of the light green, the other green, and the other little green piece are all not cleared?
That would be correct.
So again, that's what it looks like here on the satellite. So what exactly is your intention for those green spaces?
So the darker green that you see divided by what we call the upland buffer, so the upland buffer south is not going to be touched. It will be left just as it is.
Can you point that out, please, on the map and circle that?
This area right here.
So that area?
That area.
Okay, wait,
that would be
so
where the playground
let's be clear,
is.
show me what is not going to be touched.
This area right here.
So that's not going to be cleared.
Correct.
And what about, and that piece down there is not going to be cleared?
Correct.
And that's already wooded at this time?
Correct.
What portion, so the light green is going to be cleared?
That's the intention, yes.
And what is that going to be?
That will be open playfields. There will be no structures built on it.
So what type of playfields?
Just open field and then a dog park, so there will be a fence that will go around for the dog park.
Okay, so there's an intent to be a dog park there. And then what about a buffer to the north?
To the north. So there will be no buffer on the north side of it. Again, it will, the playfield will sort of continue in that open space, and there's trees that will,
But you'll have some sort of a tree buffer
there, correct. And may even be a hedge. On the eastern side, we're going to put a PVC fence to continue what's already there all the way down to the wetland buffer.
Okay. I just want to make sure there's enough buffer there, because most of this property is already cleared at some point for some already a use. So what we have remaining, at least it needs to, I mean, we can't control what's already been done, but we can ask that there's some green space remains there to the best of the ability, because already what's gone is gone.
Correct.
And wildlife is already gone from that area. So, okay, I think, and your little tiny little green spot there, is that the access?
So there are two tiny green spaces. The one on the eastern side is I believe it's a 50-foot wide open space, which is where the emergency stabilized access, you won't notice it as an access point other than a pedestrian access.
Okay.
There's going to be a walkway that goes out there to the dog park and the playfield.
Okay, so that's going to be to that upper green portion, okay?
Correct. And then you'll have a buffer along the eastern edge of the lots, between the lots and Osteen Cemetery Road.
Okay. Okay. I think, looking at my notes, that's it for now. And on Commissioner Sosa and Commissioner McCool. And then we will.
Okay. The entrance for Osteen Cemetery, is that where the white line is at the end of the light green? Right before the gray, or is it within that gray triangle area?
So the entrance for the cemetery is where you see the little dark drive going out where that opens, right there, correct. And then the road travels down along the back side of the lots in Phase 2, and then travels currently, I mean, this is the current road, so it travels straight down along the eastern edge of the property all the way out to Trade Street.
Now, is that the old entrance? Because when they did Phase 1 and 2, didn't they relocate the entrance from that location towards the other end?
We relocated the road. We shifted the road to create that open space. So the only portion of the road that was modified was we placed it right behind the lots within Phase 2 to make that half moon all the way up to the cemetery entrance. So the cemetery entrance didn't change.
Talking about this right here.
Okay. I'm going to have to drive back there again because I thought it did.
The roadway changed, the shift in the road did.
Because I thought they changed the entrance of the cemetery to accommodate Phase 1.
No, because you can see where the road goes into the cemetery. To my knowledge.
How old is that?
The new road?
No, this diagram. Are you going off of something old, or is that like your
No,
current?
these aerials are probably within 2 years.
Okay, and Phase 1, Phase 2 was built about a year or two ago, right? So.
They were about 3, yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to take a ride back there again because I was pretty sure that as you come down Cemetery Road there, right as that turn where the first set of houses are, it turns right into the entrance of the cemetery because the actual entrance was shifted over quite a bit to facilitate Phase 1 and 2.
So I wasn't back there during the development. I can certainly check on that. I knew we modified the road, but I didn't know the entrance had changed, but I'll look into it and let you know.
Okay, because I know about a year ago, maybe a little bit over, I took a tour with Mr. Gideons, who's actually the caretaker of that property, and he'd had some concerns that there was ever a Phase 3 about traffic going down that road. Now, one thing he did ask if Phase 3 ever came, he asked for a turnabout because as you come down that road, it goes right into the cemetery. There's no turnaround or anything like there. You go straight into the cemetery. He had asked if, Phase 3 ever comes, if a developer would be interested in putting maybe a 24-foot slab in what's currently the grassy area there with some wings for just basically be able to do a 3-point turn. Is that something the developer would be interested in accommodating the cemetery with?
We would consider it. We have not been asked. He hasn't approached us. And like I said, the broker that we're working with is family friends with the folks that own the cemetery or the family members of the cemetery. So happy to accommodate.
Okay. Well, I'll see if I can get him to reach out to you guys. If you could leave me some contact info.
Absolutely. We'll do.
All right. Thank you.
Are you good, Commissioner? Okay, Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, as Commissioner Souza stated, and I stated before, I just have serious concerns about the green area because I have set foot out there and have seen how, when you go into that cemetery, how historical it is. And going up to the cemetery, the area that we're talking about, you're talking about clearing there for the dog park or for the open area. I have really major concerns because there are some awesome trees there. And if you've walked back there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And we've already, what's done is done, as our mayor has said. But there has to be some respect, for me, a grave concern, respect for character of the area there, that whole green area into the gray triangle as it enters, and even as it refers to Osteen Cemetery Road, the preservation of that. I understand that, it's the county property or whatever. I understand what conservationists, the LaFees are. Trust me when I say that. Greg is my accountant. So I understand all of that. But one of the major reasons that we are doing a moratorium is because we are discussing how to retain the beauty in Deltona, and we want good building partners for that. You can't do anything about that. Nursery is clear, with the exception of spots out there. But in preserving that area out there, that's one of my areas of main concern. I can't ask you to do anything, but I'm telling you what one of my major concerns is about that, along with the traffic, is that particular space there that where those trees are.
Commissioner McCool, let me say this. We believe we have a tree survey that shows that area, so let's look into that between now and for second reading. The action plan thus far is to have an active open field, because oftentimes in a project like this, you don't have a place to go throw a ball or play catch or whatnot. But what I think I'm hearing from this commission is, yes, there's an ability to have play, but maybe an area that has play that also has the shade by maintaining some of those trees that are already out there. I think we can look into that between now and second reading and give you a definitive answer as to what's out there. I think our action coming into this meeting was we need to be able to show a usable, functional open space for the residents to use. Now, there's nothing to say that they can't use that, but again, I've not been on the premises either, so I don't know if we're talking deep into the valley in Deliverance, or if there's good specimen trees that are out there that we, underbrush the smaller stuff and still maintain and have, probably kind of like what Rick Wolfhard did over in a DeLand project, where he was able to kind of manage those trees and utilize them and amenitize them for the benefit. But I hear that seems to be the preference of this commission would be to try to keep those trees there if possible. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for my fellow commissioners, but, one of the things that this development is talk about is providing relief to the water basin, and how do we do that, right? We are careful about the permeable areas and shaded areas, and it's, again, being a good steward of building here in Deltona. I also wanted to talk about, in a personal belief, that if you're voting on a property or dealing with a property, you should have walked the property, to understand, because this is a limited dimension here, but going out and seeing it's a different thing. Last question is, the $100,000 that is written in here going towards affordable housing, can you tell me about that, please?
Yes, I know that your city, in part with the impact fees, is working towards a policy towards addressing affordable housing, and I believe the $1,000 is earmarked to the city, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, for funding of your study towards that.
And I want to know, this is withstanding any of the impact fees afforded to Vanity Fair share afforded to the city. This is simply goodwill. Is this correct, Ron?
That is correct. This $100,000 will be given without any expectation there'll be any impact fee credits or any similar type of reciprocity from the city. And we anticipate using this $100,000 to pay for impediments to affordable housing study we're required to do periodically by HUD.
I don't want to jump in, Ron, but could you just give a little explanation of, I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor, Commissioner Bradford is on the list.
Oh, I just want an explanation on the donation to AHAC.
You're good? Okay, Commissioner Bradford and then Vice Mayor.
The trees that are on the property, let's talk about those. I'm one for nature. I grew up in the country, 1,000%, but I'm also a realist. So if there's trees that are going to cause long-term damage to the roadways, waterways, anything that you're going to be putting in there, I'm very cautious of that. So I don't know. I mean, obviously from here, we can't see that. We don't know what's backing up. We don't know what's running back there. First-hand knowledge of a property owner, I know the major damage that a large tree root can do to concrete, and then we've got damaged roads and damaged pipes, and why did this happen and that happen? So yes, we do want to preserve, but I want to preserve without damage to 10 years from now. Imagine that tree causing havoc in the roadway. So I don't want you to say, oh yeah, blanket, we're going to do this. I am for keeping it so it's long-term longevity of that area in the road and the entrances. When it was brought up as well, going through subdivision A to get to subdivision B, to me, it almost reminds me of Loblolly, which basically heads back to from Deltona Woods back to Arbor Ridge and, through a community in that. And I'm going to say the biggest obstacle we have on that road entering onto Howland is not having a traffic light for the area. So I give you kudos for going to that expense and putting that on there because, right now we have a current subdivision that's been here for years and still decades, let's just say decades, and has hundreds of homes and still does not have a light entering a very busy intersection of Howland. So, I want to give you kudos. I've driven back there. The house is sold fast, from my understanding. We had individuals looking for homes, and, I sent a few people down there myself, and they call back and they go, you got anywhere else? Because they're already sold out. So it actually showed a very large need, for the homes. So with that said, has there been a motion made, and are we able to make a motion at this point?
No, Marcia, can she make a motion? Yeah.
But I know, Ron, you were making changes, so I don't know how.
We have to continue the process, but you can make a motion.
We'll do that, and we can let somebody else make. That's a long motion. But I just want to say, from my standpoint, because I know you mentioned all commission up here, again, longevity of the area, and I want you to, be cautious of that.
Yeah, I would just, you haven't had public comment yet.
Right, but can a motion be made now?
Well, sure.
If you would like
If
to,
that's
ma'am,
what you want to
can.
do.
I'll wait for public
You want
comment.
to wait? Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay, Commissioner McCool?
Hey there, and just to clear up with the attorney and the developer, where I'm talking about, if I'm not mistaken, as far as the trees go, it is that dirt road. Is that to remain a dirt road there, that access on the right, on the right-hand side going up to the green space? Because this is a dirt road right now.
Osteen Cemetery.
Yeah,
Osteen
and
Cemetery.
then that's-
we're not doing anything with Osteen
Correct, so
Cemetery.
we're not building anything over that, no concrete, no asphalt, nothing of that sort?
Nothing.
Are we putting any structures where the dog park and the open people park is in the spaces that I'm talking about?
The only improvements that will be made are a fence for the dog park and probably a bench, and then the fence along the eastern boundary, the PVC fence to buffer the eastern property and the cemetery from the playfield.
So in understanding, did you understand me to be asking about that section only? Because as I understood, everything else has been clear cut.
That would be correct.
Speaking of longevity, thank you very much.
Okay, no more questions from the commissioners. So we have no one withstanding that was sworn in. So now we will go to public participation. If you will read everyone that has filled out for public participation, and they can come one by one.
Okay, we have Jody Lee, Jennifer Sutton, Hope Yancey, and Tara DiErico. Jody Lee, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jody Lee. I'm Vice Chair on the Planning and Zoning, plus a candidate for District 6 City Commissioner. I think Nancy Reagan came up with this phrase first. Just say no. You got one entrance into there, one out. There's an emergency one, but all them cars into one. There's already problems in there with residents having issues with parking. You're going to add that one road into the school, which is going to cause more issues that go in there. Commissioner Sosa, you asked about why hasn't this area back there already been cleaned up? Mr. Ron Paradise said it was a dangerous area. It wasn't cost effective to clean it up. You're not going to spend the money to clean up something that you don't have to. That road, or that cemetery, is on the website owned by Volusia County. They're the ones that are supposed to maintain it and take care of it. I mean, some of the Sauls families are buried in there, which are the original founding fathers of this area. Osteen family's buried in there. The road has, like you brought up, has already been changed. The entrance for the cemetery has been changed in there. There is tons of wildlife on that property. If you go out there in the morning, go out there in the evening, there is lots of wildlife, deer, bear, and turtles that live in that property. I implore you to please, this ain't just affecting people in my district. It's going to affect everybody in the city. We have all these traffic studies that say, oh, the roads can handle it all. You're taking all the stuff on Doyle Road. You're taking all the stuff in this development. The Pell one you just discussed about. Is there a traffic study that shows all that traffic at one time? No, it shows each individual, and they all pass with flying colors. Of course, they do on paper. But in reality, we all know everything's not the same. you asked a lot of questions about this property there, what's there, what's there. I don't know if you've noticed, but nobody can really give you a straight answer. I heard a lot of stuttering on it, but nobody gave a straight answer about, did you walk this, did you see this, did you see this? Nobody gave a straight answer. The traffic that's going to be going into Pride Elementary is going to be insane and unfair to people that spent a couple $100,000 at a home right there. I hope you think about all these people before you just pass judgment and make a vote and approve something without thinking of how much it's going to impact everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jennifer Sutton, please.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Sutton. I live at 1028 Landing Lane, which is lot number 1, right at the dead end across from the pool. And I am here to implore you not to approve this. I am also a member of the HOA through Melrose Property Management, so I am on the board, and I can tell you that the HOA does what they can. However, we would not, the residents of Fernandina would not be able to take over possession of the HOA until 80 homes are sold from this new Phase 3. When we bought the home 2.5 years ago, we were told 90% of the homes in Phase 1 and 2. Now, 2 years later, they're changing the rules on us. Jody Lee made a good point about the increase in homes in the area. There's 33 builders currently working in Deltona with an additional 1,024 homes that are going to be built in the next year. With the financial instability that is going on and a talk of recession, with our inflation rates going up, I don't think this is the time to build. I think this is a time to maintain and make sure everybody is taken care of that you currently have. And also, we do have a tortoise that lives in our backyard. We see him quite a bit. I have reported him to Volusia County and Deltona. And I did have a question. I don't know if I'm allowed a question. On this document right here, which you all saw, at the top of it says roadway cross sections for all phases and New York Avenue. It should be 28 feet. We measured our street, Landing Lane. It's only 20 feet 6 inches. So I find that very unlikely that that would happen throughout the neighborhood. And also, I don't want a road going through my backyard. And with the added traffic we currently have when school is in session, it is very congested. People are picking up their mail because that's where the mail kiosk is. They have people that park that actually live in the neighborhood that use that area for parking. Then we have the people that have found out they can go right down Landing Lane and say, oh, I can have my kid jump the fence, pick them up right there and leave the neighborhood. A lot of those parents are not nice. They have run over our yard, they have run over neighbor's yard, they will park there for hours, and it is a menace when people are coming home from work. And I just hope you don't approve this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hope Yancey, please.
Hi, I'm Hope Yancey. I live at 1066 Wanderer Drive. And the concerns that I have, number one, is that pool. I don't feel like there's enough room for a pool and more parking to accommodate. When it's busy at that pool's not big enough for our sections. It's, especially when somebody has a birthday party or a big gathering, you can't even move in the pool, and there's not enough parking for that now. And that space that's there is not going to be big enough for pool, decking, and additional parking that's going to be worth anything. And it's also going to bring all those cars through our subdivision to get to the pool. And we're already, like everybody is talking about, very congested anyway. And then another concern I have is, because it is one way in and one way out, all the construction equipment coming in and out. During the finishing up construction from when we bought our home, I had to replace 3 tires $200 a pop for nails getting in my tires. And there's a lot of other people that had to absorb that cost too. So that is a concern for us. We should not have to be worrying about what it's going to cost us for them to do what they're going to do. But that's the only way in. There's no construction entrance, which a lot of subdivisions provide. But there's not. There's just no more room, apparently no more egress for that to happen. So I'm just not real happy. Those, like I say, tires are expensive. And just the additional traffic, because we'll have all the construction traffic, and then we have all the homeowner traffic. So it'll start immediately when they start construction, and it'll go on for however long it takes. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tara DiErico, please.
Good evening, Tara DiErico, District 3. So I'll start off by simply stating the fact the developer purchased this land knowing what its current zoning status is. No one is saying they can't exercise their right to do business, but that doesn't mean we have to approve a rezoning request. I was at the P&Z meeting in May where this originally came up. Multiple long-term issues with the previous phases of the existing development were brought up that, it's my understanding, have not yet been corrected. We already heard about a severe lack of parking, the habitual overflow parking in the streets, acting as an impediment to any emergency vehicles needing access through those streets. And while I appreciate the developer agreeing to retrofit and add 23 new parking spaces to Phase 1 and 2 and 17 parking spaces to Phase 3, for the amount of homes and vehicles, it's not adequate, it's inadequate. The 2 amenity ponds created with the existing phases have been left in unsafe conditions and never completed with, we heard about a lot of debris left behind, abandoned piles of fill, old pipes, and unpaved excavation trails, which are unsafe. There will also be heavy truck hauling through the existing neighborhood streets, creating additional traffic and safety concerns, not to mention the disruptions to these families. Approval of this rezoning request will bring increased traffic with approximately 1,535 additional daily trips on already congested roads. Denying this rezoning request will keep the area unchanged with less traffic in the area. Again, no one is saying the developer cannot do their business, but this land was purchased knowing it was zoned for agriculture. The P&Z board voted 5-2 to deny this rezoning request, so please take the necessary steps to represent your existing residents and deny this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, this ends public comment.
Okay, so we have gone through public participation. Now the applicant, would you have to rebuttal for any of the comments from the public, and then we'll go to questions from commissioners for you, sir?
Sure. The main point I just wanted to touch on was there's the reference to the roadway profile that was shown. And again, that 52-foot wide right-of-way with the enhanced asphalt is for Phase 3 for the new section. We are not going in to retrofit or touch the pavement within the existing subdivision. That'll be done through HOA policies to restrict parking to a single side of the road. Just wanted to make sure there was no confusion on that point. And otherwise, I'm happy to answer questions that you may have.
Commissioners, any other questions? I just have a couple questions. Sure. So right now, there's an HOA. Is the HOA for these 2 phases active? Are they in charge of themselves or not yet?
The developer still controls the HOA for the first 2 phases.
Okay, and how close are they of achieving control in terms of percentage of sales of homes?
I'll let Tina handle that.
So the HOA documents are set up to allow this 3rd phase, and with the 3rd phase, the control will happen at 90% of ownership.
Of all 3 phases?
Of all 3 phases.
So how far are phases 1 and 2 built out now? And what is there, and so the HOA is still at 90% sales, whether it's 1 and 2?
Closings. So it would be 90% closed homes, and I believe we're very close to somewhere in the 85 to 90 range right now.
Next question I have, who controls the pool and the pool parking?
That would be the HOA. So the HOA, while we control the HOA, we have 2 positions on the board, the executive committee, and Ms. Jennifer also was the HOA president. I'm not sure if she still is. We have an HOA manager that manages our HOAs. I don't manage it, but we are in control of the HOA.
So then you're aware of the issues with the pool? Because the one resident said that the pool, even if you expand it with parking, is still going to be an issue.
Yeah, yes, we're aware. And one of the things that we did, the reason we're expanding the pool to add an additional pool is to allow additional people, additional space, additional decking, plus an additional pool. Under the Florida Building Code, to accommodate the 403 units that are going to be out there, 1,600 square feet of pool is necessary. Right now, there's 1,363 square feet, which is more than the code it's more than the minimum that the code allows for the swimming pools. We'll be adding an additional 600 square feet. And I have the calculations. So again, based on the Florida Building Code, Chapter 454, for the entire 403 units, it requires 58 units, and you calculate it at 20 square feet per unit, which would be 1,160 feet. So we're already exceeding the 1,160 square feet needed for the entire phases 1 through 3. So, you know, the issue out there is we have some large families and they have large gatherings. We believe there's multi-generational families within the homes, so it's just more than normal.
Last question. For phases 1 and 2, where was the construction entrance?
On Fernanda Drive.
Okay. So for phases 1 and 2, it was in and out on Fernanda Drive. And that's the drive right now. You're going to create a light on Howland.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So we have Commissioner Bradford, Sosa, and Ramos. Commissioner Bradford?
You actually addressed a couple questions I had. One of them was the HOA, which when you say 90% closed, that means that house is done. So we're not talking this is going to be handed over to the HOA anytime soon, which is a concern because we do have residents to look at right now. Construction traffic, obviously, that is another question as well. The overflow parking, and I believe I expressed this the other day, when you have a subdivision and you don't have overflow parking, and most homes are looking at 2 and 3 cars, they're parked on the street. And then that kind of gives you a little bit of a concern when you have emergency vehicles coming through the subdivision. You know, your overflow parking is quite a distance from some of the homes. To be personally honest, would I, if I had a gathering, Father's Day gathering, I couldn't tell you how many extra cars were probably parked at my house because of the kids and the grandkids. And if I would have told them to go take their car and park it a few streets over, they probably would have said, "Are you kidding me?" Right? And it wouldn't happen. And then let's talk about the cleanup. How soon is that cleanup going to happen?
The cleanup for the ponds will occur during construction once fill is obtained for phase 3. It will occur at the same time construction is going on for phase 3.
Which is how long?
We anticipate 10 to 12 months. That's
Thank you.
So that would be from this, once construction plans are approved and we actually go into the field and start construction, it will be 10 to 12 months.
Which could technically be much longer than that, 14, 16 months. Because you're going to wait for plans to be approved totally and everything set up. So realistically, we're probably looking for 14 months, 16, some. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Sosa?
Yeah, I have a question regarding the HOA too. I didn't realize that hadn't been taken over by the community. Why is it now based on Phase 3? Did you guys come in and modify the agreement to include Phase 3?
We did. The original CCNRs allowed adjacent property to be brought in for 20 years from the date of the covenants and restrictions. We modified it to provide clarity that Phase 3 would be brought in and identified the Phase 3 by legal description.
And how were the residents of the community? Were they receptive to that change?
We had a community meeting, and at the time of the community meeting, we addressed it then. There were, I don't recall exactly how many people were online because it was an online meeting, but mentioned it. There was, some conversation, but nothing overly distressful. We have the unilateral right to do that under the CCNRs, and that's your typical language in CCNRs. So this is not something that's unusual.
Okay, so you had an agreement with the existing Phase 1, Phase 2, and then when you decided to bring in Phase 3, you switched the agreement. Is that correct?
It wasn't a switch.
You modified it.
We modified it to specifically identify the adjacent property that was allowed to be brought in under the CCNRs, under the original CCNRs.
And maybe just to clarify, so under the terms of the original agreement, there was always the ability to add it in the future for that 20-year period. The modification is to then clarify and bring in the new land into that agreement to specify these lands will be impacted by the HOA as well. And I think that's, I don't practice HOA a day in, day out, but that's a pretty standard practice policy to allow for additional lands to be brought in.
Okay. Now, I've got a quick question. In Phase 1 and 2, you built 252 houses on 142 acres, which is about 1.75 houses per acre. And then you went ahead in Phase 3, and you're putting 152 houses on 43 acres, which is about 3.56 houses per acre. Why not put the second pool in Phase 3 and take it away from Phase 1 and bring it towards Phase 3 to alleviate the congestion over there at the initial amenities?
So that's an added expense for the HOA to create a whole new pool and cabana area when, again, the pool right now is sufficiently sized per the Florida Building Code. And we have plenty of room on that existing pool amenity area to include an additional pool. There's no sense in having increased HOA dues to accommodate a second pool and cabana.
All right, thank you. And then just my next question's for Ron. Now, Fernandette is currently a HOA property, but it's not gated, correct?
Correct, it's not gated.
Okay, so that means the roads now in Phase 1 and Phase 2 now fall under the city's responsibility to maintain and repair should damage be done.
Yeah, there are. These roadways are, and Phase 3 roadways will be dedicated to the city.
Okay. Are they currently dedicated or will be?
Phase 1 and Phase 2 are dedicated to the city.
Dedicated to. All right, which brings up my next question. We're going to use basically that quarry area to bring fill dirt to Phase 3. So they're going to be using that road to come down. How many trips do we plan on using that road that the city's now liable for?
We do not know, but they will post a 115% bond to pay for any damage that could happen to that road.
Okay, and that was my next question. 115% of what?
There would be an engineer's estimate on replacing the road or repairing the road, and it'd be 115% of that.
Okay, so if it's 100,000 to replace the road, it'd be 115,000.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
You good, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now we need a motion and a second. Commissioner Bradford, did you want to? No? Okay, commissioners, does anyone want to make a motion on this? No motion? Then we will go ahead and take a 10-minute recess, or, Madam City Attorney, if we have no motion for this, shall we move on to the next item and table this, move it to the next hearing?
Well, there's a couple things, depending on what the pleasure is of the board, you could make a recommendation, or a list of the issues that you have with the project as it stands, and then ask the applicant to come back, and offer. I don't know, Ron, you want to help me here? Or you could just table it. And I don't know, do you want to table it to a date certain?
Commissioner McCool is on the board. Commissioner McCool?
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to deny based on the following. Policy FLU 1-2.2, Policy 1-2.3, Policy FLU 1-7.8, Policy FLU 1-5.1, Policy CON 2-WR 6.2, Objective T1-2, Con 2 WR 4.4, Policy Con 2-WR 6.2 and 6.3. Also PSF 1-1.1 and PSF 1-4, which I would be happy to provide in writing.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second to deny?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion for denial from Commissioner McCool, seconded by Commissioner Sosa. Is there any more discussion? No more discussion. Joyce, would you please read the motion? Good luck. Commissioner McCool, do you have a list that you can please give her? And then Marshall, you'll read. You don't need to read.
I think we should read it.
I think you should read.
And then, and I think also, as you all vote on this, you need to, under the quasi-judicial, you all need to give your reason for your vote.
Thank you.
And then we'll see what happens.
So we'll
and
have
then
a voice
deal with
vote
it.
then.
Yeah, and then we'll deal with that.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So at this point, even if they went back and they corrected any deficiencies that we have concerns on with the traffic and the flow and the parking and all that, would they be able to or no? If it's just a denial?
If it's just a denial, no. I mean, it's done. They would have to, which also causes, they would have to, come back under the city's rules for it.
And that would require a one-year waiting period.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what, Ron? It would require what?
A one-year waiting period to reapply.
No, sorry. So we have a motion. Joyce, will you please read the motion?
So we're going to deny the project per policy FLU 1-2.2, FLU 1-2.3, FLU 1-7.8, FLU 1-5.1, Con 2-WR 6.2, Objective T1-2, Con 2-WR .4.4, Con 2-WR 6.3, Con 2-WR 6.2, School Board PSF 1-1.1, and Objective PSF 1-4.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good. Would you please read the ordinance?
Yes, ma'am. Ordinance number 13-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida for a major amendment to the Fernanda Place Residential Plan Unit Development, RPUD, to add and rezone 2 parcels totaling plus or minus 43.55 acres of land located south of Fernanda Drive and east of Pine Ridge High School, currently zoned City of Deltona Agricultural Classification A to RPUD, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. May we vote, please? And we'll do a voice vote, because everyone has to give their reasons unless we do an electronic vote and everyone goes down and does their reasons afterwards. Do you have a preference, Marcia?
No, not really. I think it's better if we do a voice vote so everybody can hear it as, you know, as you're voting.
Okay, the motion has been read. The ordinance has been read. May we vote, please?
Commissioner Bradford.
No, I do not agree with the way the motion was read.
Commissioner McCool.
I vote to deny based on reasons provided in my written notes, motion.
Commissioner Ramos.
No, based on the motion.
Commissioner Sosa.
I move to deny based on the RPUD amendment
With the current rural nature located along the Osteen Cemetery Road.
This is, yeah.
Can't hear me?
No, that's not it. Madam Mayor, we're having negatives on, we're having a problem with the votes. The vote as, the motion, the way I understand it would be
to deny.
To deny, and so you would vote, if you are in favor of denying, you would vote yes.
Right.
And give your reason for why you're voting yes. So I think we need to go back and start again. Is that?
Yes, let's go ahead and do that. So the vote is to deny. So a yes vote, you deny the rezoning. A no vote, you do not deny this motion. So.
Commissioner Bradford.
No, based on the way the motion is put.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramos.
No.
Commissioner Sosa.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez.
Wait. Commissioner Sosa it was in the process of stating the reason for his vote, right, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The RPUD amendment is not compatible with the current rural nature of the land located along the Osteen Cemetery Road, and the proposal increases traffic through the existing neighborhoods.
Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez.
No. I believe, excuse me, I believe the plans that were presented will be, acceptable to the modifications of what they're doing.
Mayor Herzberg.
No. The reason for the voting of denial is that it does not qualify for the reasons that were stated in the original motion. So the motion fails 4-2.
Madam Mayor, do you want to?
Commissioner Bradford is on the board. Commissioner Bradford?
Am I able to, I would like to send this back and give them the opportunity to make corrections. I believe that you guys have heard the concerns. I believe you understand that we want protected areas, we want parking, we want safety. That area is of, I think all of us, me personally, great concern with the traffic, especially on Howland and going through the subdivision. And what do we need to do in that point to put it back on them to give them the opportunity to correct this, Mr. Paradise?
I would suggest tabling this to the first meeting in August.
Is that going to give the applicant enough time to make corrections to these drawings?
I believe so. And yeah,
Then
I do not have that exact date. Joyce, what is the first meeting in August, ma'am?
Because that's right around the corner. That's why I'm saying.
Yes, I don't disagree. It'll be here
August
before you
1st.
know it.
August 1st.
August 1st. Okay, so I make a motion to table this until the August 1st commission meeting.
Can we continue? Because
Or continue?
Yeah, because somebody's got to pick it up off the table.
Right.
So I think it's better procedurally to make a motion to continue until August 1st, which is so that it's a date certain, so we don't have to re-advertise.
Okay, I make a motion
To continue.
to put it on continuance until August 1st.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Bradford to continue this hearing to August 1st, date certain, and seconded by Commissioner Ramos to continue this to August 1st, to give the applicant time to bring forth ways to address the concerns brought forth by the residents and the commission. We have a motion and a second. Joyce, the motion, please, before we vote for continuance.
I have the motion is to continue until August 1st, date certain.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ramos, did you want to speak? You're still up on the board.
Yeah, that's fine. And I just wanted to concur in reference to what Commissioner Bradford was saying. I think we have a project that it's not necessarily a negative project. And I think we have a developer that's willing to work. And here's one project where the land is clear already. And they're making some vital improvements for our roads. And that light, it's an important one. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to build something off of this instead of just putting it away. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I will just make the comment that the applicant has heard the commission's concerns and the concerns of the residents. Your main concerns, I'm sure you've written them all down. There's a way to address them, especially to maintain the character of the area and deal with the parking issues. The HOA, I don't know what legalities you have in terms of modifying that agreement, whether it's possible or not, but we will now have a vote to continue this to August 1st. May we vote, please?
Sure, why not?
And the motion to continue passes 6-0. So we will see you on Monday, August 1st. And now we will move to item I, public hearing, ordinance number 06-20-22, amending the comprehensive plan of the city of Deltona to add section 11, property rights element to comply with Florida statutes requirements at second and final hearing. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the Commission, Ron Paradise. This is the adoption for the property rights element that was transmitted at first hearing by the City Commission on April 18th. It was approved by the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity on May 20th, and the Volusia Growth Management Commission certified on the 23rd. Nothing has changed since you all have last seen it on April 18th. I suggest moving forward and adopting this amendment. I'll be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this.
Commissioners, do you have any questions on this item on the agenda? If not, please, we need a motion and a second. Commissioner Bradford.
I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 06-2022, amending the comprehensive plan of the City of Deltona to add Section 11, property rights element to comply with the Florida statute requirements, and direct staff to submit the package to the Department of Economic Opportunity at second and final reading. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. Is there anyone from the public that signed up to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Then we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. Marcia, would you read the ordinance, please?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
Joyce, will you please reread the motion?
Okay. Ordinance number 06-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan to add Section 11 property rights element to comply with the Florida statutes requirements, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
And Joyce?
The motion reads, I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 06-2022, amending the comprehensive plan of the City of Deltona to add Section 11, property rights element to comply with the Florida statutes requirements, and directs staff to submit the package to the Department of Economic Opportunity at second and final reading. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener's errors and the like.
May we vote, please? And the motion passes 5-1. Commissioner McCool dissenting. Item J, public hearing, resolution number 2022-13, approval of the City of Deltona's Community Development Block Grant CDBG program for year 2022-2023, the annual action plan, the AAP. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission. Ron Paradise, Community Development. Resolution number 2022-13 is the program year 2022-2023 AAP. This is a requirement for the city to do annually as being part of the entitlement community, as part of the Community Development Block Grant Program. As part of the AAP, it's kind of a look back how the city spent, and then moving forward, how the city will spend money moving forward. This year, we were allocated less than a couple of years ago at $558,558. Last year, I think we got like $600,000. What we're proposing to spend the money on is housing programs, public services, and administration. In the past, there's been interest in the public service portion of the annual action plan. As a reminder, the city can only spend 15% of the entire grant allocation, which is about $83,000 on public services. There is no obligation for an entitlement community to spend all of the 15% on public services. Historically, the city of Deltona does do that, or at least close to it. This year, again, we had a ranking committee that ranked the public service applicants, and there were 5 applicants: New Hope, Hands of Hope, Council on Aging, Neighborhood Center of West Volusia, Boys and Girls Club, and the Early Learning Coalition for Volusia Flagler. These are pretty well-known names. We have established partnerships with these entities through the years. This year's unique in the fact that we had $94,500 of, $94,500 of requests. We only had $83,000 to spend. The city has an allocation of about $280,000 plus minus of CARES Act CV3 money to spend. And a couple of these entities, more specifically Hands of Hope and the Neighborhood Center, their mission is analogous to the available expenditures of that CARES Act money, which is like rent assistance, mortgage assistance, and so forth. So with this year, the city staff is proposing that every one of these entities receive the full requested allocation. And that would be $21,500 for Hands of Hope, $15,000 for Council on Aging, $25,000 for the Neighborhood Center of West Volusia, $20,000 for Boys and Girls Club, and $13,000 for Early Learning Coalition, Flagler and Volusia County. This is made possible by the augmentation of or allocation of $5,750 to New Hope and $5,750 for the Neighborhood Center. That is CARES CV3 money. I'd be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this.
We have Commissioner McCool, Commissioner Ramos, and Vice Mayor on the board. Commissioner McCool.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Ron, I understand the applicants, right? Is this what they asked for pointedly? Is this what that dollar ask was?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay.
And everybody this year was, the city was positioned to allocate what they requested.
Do you know if the request was based on historical ask? Is that what that was following? Can you answer that?
Yes, I can, and I do have some historical information just for perspective. In 2020, New Hope was granted $17,900. Boys and Girls Club was granted $17,700. The Neighborhood Center was granted $17,900. Council on Aging was granted $15,000, and Early Learning Coalition was granted $11,800. For 2021, last year, the Neighborhood Center was granted $20,500. The Boys and Girls Club was granted $20,500. Hands of Hope was granted $20,500. Council on Aging was granted $15,000, and the Early Learning Coalition was granted $13,000.
Okay.
Just a little bit of historical perspective there.
Correct. Okay. For complete transparency, I asked for numbers as far as looking at what allocation was, which staff does a fantastic job. In no way am I questioning what staff allocation is, but I know that we talked about this. I want to talk about Early Learning Coalition child care with the recent legislation as far as more women will be having babies that we need to take care of. That's all I'm going to say about that. But we talked about this. We have, I'm asking that, the way that when I talked today, I'm asking for a reallocation. I'm asking for an extra $10,000 for the Early Learning Coalition child care, and as we discussed, reallocating from the Neighborhood Center and for Hands of Hope. But again, reallocating that deficit from CARES Act to refund where we're taking that money from. So to be clear, 100% clear, I am asking that we do fund the $25,000 for the Neighborhood Center. I'm asking that we do fund the Hands of Hope, the past Hands of Hope and Hope Center at $25,000, Boys and Girls Club $20,000, Council on Aging to stay at the $15,000. As I understand, there is more funding there, but that we do bring the Early Learning Coalition up to $13,000. So that's all I have. We talked about that today.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm glad so thank you, Commissioner McCool, for some of the questions you've answered. So these figures that they have is because they've requested, so that's what we gave them. What they requested is what we gave them.
That is correct.
But I also want to point the historical aspect of it when it comes to the Neighborhood Center and the Hands of Hope. And I have this conversation every year. I'm not understanding, and I can't speak for them, and I wish I wonder why they asked for what they did. But I would like to see Hands of Hope to be at the same level as Neighborhood Center, especially when they're providing these services here in our community. As it relates to deducting from them, I would say if we look at anything to deduct from, and one of your last points was made, that the Council on Aging does receive, I think, from 3 pots from the city. Am I correct?
I know of 2.
Well, I guess is they get from CDBG, they get from the city, and they also get rent-free, correct? So that's part of the aspect. So not necessarily against early learning coalition, but taking the $5,000 from Hands of Hope, and I would like to add $3,500 to the Hands of Hope so they can be at the same level of Neighborhood Center, because historically we've always funded both of them the same. They're both working, but Hands of Hope, I have to say, it's in our community. And I just can't see why time and time again, and this year I get it, that's what they requested, but that's what I would like to see.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I agree with Commissioner Ramos here. You know, we always tend to take care of outside organizations, and we always give very little to the organizations here in Deltona, which is where our residents go. I've gotten many calls, people looking and asking for help, and I know where I send them, and it's not to the land. I mean, I have nothing against the neighborhood center. They're wonderful. They do help a lot of the people here in Deltona. But if I had a choice, I would stay in Deltona and go to Deltona. So I think we need to start concentrating on helping these organizations that are here in Deltona. This is Deltona money. So I think it needs to stay here. I agree with Commissioner Ramos that I want to see Hands of Hope changed $25,000. I know that our staff made a wonderful job allocating these funds, but I think it's only fair that we take care of home. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McCool, and then Commissioner Sosa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To clarify, as I had the conversation today, I was beating the drum about this in our social services forum 4 years ago regarding funding our local people. And to clarify, in my conversation today and before, it is not to shortfall anyone else, but the CARES Act money is available to be reallocated back into, so no one is getting shortfall. I neglected to ask Ron if there was anyone here from the neighborhood center.
I do not know if there's anybody from the neighborhood center in the audience.
Okay. So, and in complete transparency, as part of Deltona Strong, I still to this day, up until also 2 weeks ago, received calls to send them to the overnight, the 24-hour call. So I need to understand then for our dais how that reporting has been sent back. Did they use all of the funds that we allocated last year? Did the neighborhood center use all the funds that we allocated?
I believe so, yes.
So
there is no carryover. They're pretty good about spending this money. All these entities are.
And okay, so that 24-hour service, and I'm talking about where the call is made to the neighborhood center on the dedicated Deltona phone number. I get a call in the middle of the night, whether it be domestic violence, whether it be a family issue, whether it be disabled veteran that is out on the street, anything like that. Receive the phone call still from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. A member of Deltona Strong contacts the neighborhood center. At that turn, the officer is directed, they meet someone that facilitates them going into a hotel for 3 days, and then they go into the care of the neighborhood center with rapid rehousing. With the Hands of Hope, my ask is for that same amount also as all of the work that they do here locally. So it's kind of same but different. So when in discussing bringing the allocation up for these children, the ask was because I understood that we could reallocate from CARES Act and no one would get shortchanged on the amount of funding that was requested. Again, speaking that there are a lot of babies, and there's going to be more babies based on recent legislation where we're going to have to take care of these kids, and with the attack on West Volusia Hospital Authority, these are the things that we need to be talking about here at this local. So I'm all for taking care of our locals, but I just wanted complete transparency why I asked for what I asked for.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Sosa and then Commissioner Bradford.
Okay, Ron, pretty much all these organizations came in and asked you for X dollars, correct?
Correct.
And you had an $11,500 shortfall to go ahead and accommodate all these organizations. So you took that money out of CARES Act to accommodate and give everybody what they asked for.
Yes, sir.
So we've already accommodated the ask, right?
Yes, sir.
We did not shortchange anybody.
That is correct.
So an organization came in, they asked for X dollars, and you made sure they got what they requested.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bradford.
Neighborhood Center. How much of the dollars was spent on Deltona? That's my first question. And I got to verify, I'm hoping you say all of it.
That is correct. That is
Okay.
my response.
And I know there's certain groups that only ask for XYZ. You know, Hands of Hope, a lot of times when we think of them, we think of rent. But it's rent, it's utilities, it's childcare, it's food pantries, and it's serving our local community. You know, I'm in agreement that I don't necessarily want to rob Peter to put Paul over there, and because I think both organizations are serving. You know, what I do question is, you know, we also give the neighborhood center $50,000, I believe, a year?
For the bridge.
For the bridge, okay. Which is supposed to be also assisting with our homelessness situation here, but I haven't quite seen that. I have a big fear, you know, we're always talking about this crash right now, and yes, Commissioner McCool, you're right. We're gonna have a rash of babies here coming up, okay? I don't disagree, and I think we're also gonna have a rash of homelessness. This rash of homelessness is going to come from exaggerated rents that it's being charged right now. I mean, I talked to Seminole County today that handles the same situation. Their number one concern is they have individuals coming in that need rental assistance. They have rental assistance sitting there that they're trying to give these individuals for rental assistance. And you know what the problem is? They can't give them the money because they can't find them a place to live. So this is a lot larger than even what all of us that we can go into another time. But $25,000 rental assistance right now, even, and that's just assuming it's only used on rental assistance. If you look at how much rents are right now, that doesn't go very far. You know, we're talking a 1 and 2 bedroom between what, 15, 18, up to $2,000, $2,500, $3,000. You're not helping very many families at that. So this money, as it sounds, $25,000 is a lot of money. It's going to be gone extremely fast. So I guess my question is not who can we take from? I understand that you've been tasked to just divvy up these funds. I guess my question, as you said, how much funds are still left, Ron, from the CDBG and CHIP and the CARES Act, any of those? Let's say CARES Act.
We have monies available. What's being suggested? We can increase the allocation for New Hope to $25,000 at parity with the neighborhood center, and that would involve, if my arithmetic's right, allocating $9,250 for CARES Act CV3 to New Hope.
How much, I'm sorry?
$9,250, if my arithmetic's right.
So I guess what my concern is, I know you've got to allocate these funds just to show it, but let's say New Hope, like I said, let's just assume $2,000. That's 12 families, which that's probably not even going to last them one quarter.
Right.
I hate to say it, not even a couple months, if that. So the CARES Act funding, if individuals are still in need of the rental assistance, our city is still offering rental assistance
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
And
Okay.
part of that housing allocation. will
So
also
it's not
bear
like,
that.
hey, guys, this is it. We've only got this money for neighborhoods. I need this
Yeah.
money for them. So I think what you guys have done is very admirable by bringing it up. I just want to as well say, would there be any opportunity if they go through these funds pretty quickly? You're currently working with Hands of Hope as well with the rental assistance? Are they working?
Yes,
You're
we
working
have-
hand in hand as well?
Yes, we work closely with Hands of Hope.
So individuals are still going to get the rental assistance and work through Hands of Hope. So, I feel comfortable with what you just suggested.
Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I am in total agreement with Commissioner Bradford about this. We're lacking, period. And in just working with Early Learning Coalition, the amount that was asked for is because they were usually receiving less through our funding process traditionally. And when I say less, I mean less than our other entities there. So I don't want to, all of our partners work really, really hard, and it wasn't the intention to shortfall anyone. It was just my understanding that there were additional CARES Act money to be able to fund the Early Learning Coalition up to the amount, right, that was asked for. They've never asked for a greater amount because they've always been kind of low there on the totem pole, just traditionally for their funding. So that was my only ask. Certainly, Pastor Bradley and Ms. Dot are they're superstars in our community. So, and in transparency, I had that conversation with Pastor Bradley today regarding that. So I just wanted a little bit more for the Early Learning Coalition and understood that it would not affect, at the end of the day, it would not affect the funding for the neighborhood or for Pastor Bradley. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have some questions. Let's start with the Council on Aging. What's their breakdown of funding? You're asking for $15,000 this year. Last year they got $15,000, right, in 2020? And in 2021 they got $15,000. Were we not closed for the pandemic at that time? That we had no services?
Yes, they
Where
were.
was that money allocated for when we provided no services for 2 years for $30,000?
We paid for an events person, from what I understand.
There were no events. Everything was closed. They also received free rent and free use of our center 5 days a week, all day. Is there any other funding that comes out for the Council on Aging from any other line item in the city's budget? And how much is it? I want to hear it from them.
Madam Mayor, in the city manager's line item in the budget, I believe there's an additional $18,000 for the Council on Aging.
I'd like that clarified, and I'd like to know how much every single year for 2020 and 2021 we budgeted for the Council on Aging in addition to the CDBG funding.
Okay.
Because it's not in our regular budget books because we already looked. Would be in the line item. Do you have it, Mary?
It would be under the city manager's
All right,
budget.
let me take a quick look. Would it be under the line items here?
It should be, yes.
Okay. Let me take a quick look here. And under the city managers, let's see what we have here. But this is only for this year, correct? So I would only be looking at, let's see. Because I'm curious for the last 3 years, just like we have here.
Madam Mayor, when he says that we paid out of that, the events coordinator, is that our events coordinator?
No.
Or they're talking the Council on Aging's events coordinator?
From what is my understanding.
Well, I'd like to have events coordinator defined as theirs or ours at the
Yes.
center.
They will. Mr. Peters, you said how much?
18,000?
18,500 is in the line for this year.
I don't find it in here, in this line item. It's under the city manager's budget?
Oh, City
City Commission.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, let's see where we are here. Commissioner Bradford would like to have defined events coordinator. What page are you on? 5? Okay. Mr. Paradise, the events coordinator that we're paying for, is that the city employee or is that their employee?
That is a COA employee.
So, okay, so 18,500 we are giving them, and then we are also giving them $15,000. And then we are also giving them free rent all day, 5 days a week. Are we paying for any other city employees, any staff members at the center that are functioning on the Council of Aging on their stuff?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So, we have that. Now, Neighborhood Center, in the City Commission budget, it is also in there for $50,000. Is that capital? Or is that funding for, is that capital for the bridge?
Yeah,
Or is that also operational?
It's both.
So capital and operational, and then you want to give them this year an additional
$25,000, yeah.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, could we clarify, we're given the $50,000 for a 5-year period to end when?
Evidently this year, I would imagine, unless, because it's in this year's budget.
It sounds about right, yeah. Because we've been paying into this.
For a while.
Yeah, for a while, and the thought was that the city didn't participate in the homeless shelter in East Volusia and kind of went in on the West Volusia, the bridge.
The East Volusia would have cost us $300,000 a year.
Yeah.
Per capita.
Yeah.
So yeah, no. That's why we didn't do that.
And this was just $250,000 commitment, correct?
For 5 years to
Wait,
set up the bridge.
$250,000 total, correct?
Total, $50,000 for 5 years.
Yes.
And then the additional $25,000 that we've been providing on top of that. So right now, it's $75,000 that we are going to be spending for the neighborhood center out of our budget. And then we have, let's see what we have here. So 33,000, right? 18,000, 28, 33,000 for the Council on Aging, plus free rent, free lot, free stuff. So right now, we're at $100,000 for 2 organizations, one which has been closed down for 2 or 3 years. 2, thank you, sir. Early Learning Coalition. Do we have the numbers of how many residents they're serving in the city of Deltona for the 11,000, 13,000, and so on and so on?
Yeah, we've got over 600 kids served.
Are those 600 individual kids?
Yes.
600 families, or multiple kids from one family?
Individual kids from what was relayed to us.
Okay, so that's daycare services?
That is correct.
Yeah, it's actually 623.
623 kids?
Yes.
Okay. Boys and Girls Club, 17,700, then 20,500. We also provide them with a building. We provide them with any staff members.
I do not think so, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. There's the girl. She knows it. She knows everything.
She does.
She is golden.
Madam Mayor, we need to take about half of this and just give to her.
I know. She knows it. She's so amazing.
But do we, but is it a city employee?
No.
No, it's not a city. It's
Not a city employee.
not
No,
a
that's
city
why I'm asking.
employee.
It's a city
Yeah,
employee.
it is not
Okay.
a city employee.
So, yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, can you just then, just on the route that you're going then, let's talk about Hands of Hope.
Hitting there
one-
next.
Oh, perfect.
Going down the list. So I'm just being clear because we have a basic allocation, maximum allocation of $83,000 that we can spend of CDBG money on social services.
That is correct.
So you're amping it up by $11,500, subsidizing that from CARES Act money, am I wrong?
That is correct. Actually, it's 25K, based on all the numbers I've heard here.
No, what you have in the budget, what you have before us, before we make any changes.
Yes.
You've asked for $11,500 on CARES Act. What do we have left in CARES Act money?
We've got about $280,000.
Any time limit to spend it?
Yes, we do into September.
This September?
That's correct.
So here's my question. Because if you look back at our earlier votes that this commission did, we voted not to increase stormwater, and I'm fine with that. We also have projects in stormwater, for stormwater allocations that are not getting done because we don't have the funding. CDBG money, can we use that for stormwater?
It depends if it's located in an area of greatest need. So maybe not.
Picasso?
I'm not sure that's in an AGN.
Do you have a list of that? Does anybody have a list?
We do have a map, a graphic of those
because
AGNs.
How much of this CDBG money can you subsidize with CARES Act money?
We have, the CARES Act money can only be used for rental assistance and mortgage assistance and so forth. It's very narrow what it can be used for.
So that is why you're giving the $5,750 to the Neighborhood Center and Hands of Hope.
That's correct.
Are you going to have a problem spending those $200,000 by September?
We may have to ask for an extension.
Is that viable?
We have broached that question, and we have not received an answer from HUD.
It's probably not really good. So here's my question to you, Mr. Paradise. You got $25,000 allocated for Neighborhood Center and $21,500, which needs to be $25,000 for Hands of Hope. Okay? So are you able then to take those $50,000 out of CARES Act money and apply that $50,000 to stormwater projects if they are located in an area of need?
Yes, and if we can, actually complete those stormwater projects with city crews.
So here's my comment on that. CARES Act money is a gift. It's a one-shot deal. And what I see what we're doing here is we keep increasing the allocations that we're giving for social services. And next year, we don't know that that's going to happen. We don't know where the economy is going to lead us. And we have a list of stormwater projects that need to be done. Is it possible? What kind of time frame are you looking at to approve this agenda item?
We have...
Please don't tell me it needs to be done in the next 6 weeks.
It does. Well, it needs to be up there to HUD by August 15th.
Okay, that's not too bad. So, Mr. Peters, just a question if the commission so desires, and if they don't, I'm fine with it. I'm making my pitch. Is it possible that your team can look into the stormwater projects that are in an area of need that would qualify, if there are any, for the $50,000 that are available here to be subsidized by CARES Act money? Is it possible to find that out and come back that we can use those $50,000 towards stormwater, or doesn't it matter?
What date are you looking for me to be back?
Well, he's the man with the deadline.
I think I heard August, so our goal would be back to you by the first meeting in July. We can probably have some numbers for you by then.
I mean, is
Because
it
quite
even,
frankly-
if it's even is it a possibility?
Well, we don't have a choice, because the key thing Ron said is it has to be done by the end of September. So the earlier I can give you a list, which would be the first meeting in July, the sooner we can get started. And so it's imperative. We will pull up the CDBG map, and we will look at our stormwater project on stormwater needs and see what's in those areas. And then we can pursue them.
So the next question I have, when we allocate this funding, is it a time frame when we have a time frame we have to spend it? Let's say we give Hands of Hope $25,000. Is there a time frame for them to spend that money?
It will be okay on I'm sorry, Mayor.
Ron, that's okay, Ron. If we allocate, just for example, $25,000 to Hands of Hope, we check mark our box, it's transmitted to Tallahassee or the feds or DC, whoever gets this, DC, do they have a time frame that they have to spend the CDBG money?
Yes, they've got a year to spend it.
So a year to two to spend it?
1 year.
1 year?
1 year.
So they have 1 year to spend the money?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, because you can't carry over. What I'm trying to look at is are we able to use our CARES Act money as much as possible reasonably, not just to throw it away, and then try for an extension. But if they have a year to go ahead and do that, that's not a super big amount of time either. I mean, they can. What I'm saying is if you even took more from CARES Act and gave them an additional $5,000 and the neighborhood center, whoever the commission allocates that funding for, that can be used for CARES Act money, is my point.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I think yes.
I mean, I just, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say this, and it's probably suicidal, but I don't support giving the Council on Aging all this money. I just don't. I just don't support us paying for events coordinators and so forth when we haven't had events for 2 years. And I understand they have people on the payroll, so did we at the center too. So I would rather see some of that reduced and funneled to another agency if CARES Act money can't supply that. And again, that's the wish of the commission. So I'm done. I did my piece, Commissioner Bradford and Commissioner Ramos.
Is there a limit that we're allowed to give each organization, or a maximum amount?
We can only grant 15%. We could, in theory, give one organization $83,000.
Okay. From CDBG?
From CDBG.
So I would, I don't know if it's feasible, but, I see First Lady back there, Dot. I don't know if she can answer a couple questions. I'd like to know, honestly, how much rental assistance, if they were said, like they have 12 months to do this rental assistance, whereas we only have a few months left. So how much rental assistance a year? If I said, Ms. Dot, here's $100,000, would that take you more than a year to get rid of?
Possibly, yes. But I can give you the numbers from October of 2021 to today.
Perfect.
Electricity that we have used here in the city of Deltona, as far as residents, the electricity has been $4,308.25. Rental assistance has been $5,387. Another rental assistance, that was a donation that I received, was $450. That's not including funds from the city of Deltona, but just other private resources. Water assistance, which I have paid back to really the city of Deltona, its own funds, to date has been $741.13.
Now, have you had to turn people away because you did not have funding?
Yes, and at this rate right now, we're close to less than 5,000 left for that purpose from now till September.
From now to September?
Yes, basically.
Okay. And do you guys do daycare assistance as well?
Yes, that is through the Early Learning Coalition of Flagler and Volusia County. We do have a contract with them. That is not a part of this funding.
Okay, so when you're in need of daycare assistance, you refer them over to the Early Learning Coalition?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I didn't realize that. All right. So how much in 12 months? Let's say we talk on a 12-month period, and you were given like XYZ amount of dollars for rental, utility, and that assistance. What would be an adequate amount that you would say, I can honestly say I can serve our community well with XYZ, and all of those funds will be utilized?
Don't give me a blank check. Because there are so many people that have come through. I really couldn't give you a total right at this moment in time, but I know for a fact I'm going to use every last penny that has been allocated to me as I have in times past. And there will be others that will come after they're all gone that will be looking for assistance in some way.
Right, because I know we still are in a great, and that is my concern, because I really I feel we're going to have an influx of more homelessness coming up, especially with the very high rents increasing. If our state doesn't put a stop on this, we're going to have a major problem here. And, you know, the city only has so much time to expend these funds. And if we can pull funds, like the mayor said, from the CARES Act, and take those funds and spread them out appropriately. And here's the thing, if our families don't have daycare, they don't work. They don't work, they can't buy groceries, they can't pay rent. It's a trickle effect, and if you've never been in those shoes, wondering, how are you gonna get to work? How am I gonna pay how am I gonna feed my kids? How? It's a depression. It's horrid. If you've never been there, it's horrible.
Yes.
You know, and I understand what you're saying. I get we have these projects going on, gung-ho, but we got a lot larger budget that we can utilize those funds for, where we only have so many funds that we can help a community right now that's in need.
Commissioner Bradford, I do want to give clarification that I'm not paying the entire rent for some of our residents. I'm only paying a portion.
Right, because you can't afford to, because you have to take your funds and expand your funds out.
Correct.
Right. Where I know, like right now, Seminole County, they're paying back rent plus 3 months, and then I guess up to 18 months. But if you're saying we've only got till September, is that correct? September?
Yes, of this year.
For our CDBG funds.
Correct, that I have allocated at this time. And in addition to that, may I please add this? And it's not with the city of Deltona, but I did have a contract also with West Volusia Hospital Authorities, where those individuals who were residents here, shall I say, that are considered homeless, needed certification in order for them to get the medical cards for whatever their medical condition may be. I'm also doing that.
Y'all just a blessing to the community. I mean, y'all just a blessing. You really are. You've stepped up to the plate when it's mattered the most. You know, I would love to see them be awarded the amount that they're going to utilize to give. You know, like Ron said, we have $83,000 we can give out. If it was up to me, I would say all $83,000 goes to you, and we pull out of the CARES Act fund to distribute to the rest of the groups, which...
Well, I'm not going to be
hands
selfish.
Up, right?
I'm not being selfish at all, because
I'm not asking to be selfish, but you're serving a need. No, I want everybody to get some. We're going to pull from CARES Act funding that if we don't use it, we lose it.
Correct.
Or we can ask for an extension, but there's no guarantee that we're going to get an extension. Is that correct, Ron? Do we have a guarantee we'll get an extension if we say, hey, we haven't spent this money? And then what does that do for us if they start allocating future? They're going to go, oh, well, you didn't even use these funds.
There is a probability they will grant the extension. I can't guarantee they will, but there's many local governments that got this CARES Act money that are still, dispersing it.
we need to get it to the organizations that's going to get this money out. And right now, they're not even able to pay full month's rents to individuals because they're trying to make that, like I'm saying, a little bit of money last. You know, that's not even going to keep people from being evicted. I mean, I would really like to see Hands of Hope funds go up and pull more money from CARES funds since we have it available to, you know, assist the other groups. With that said, what would your suggestion, and, you know, I see you guys back there conversing, what ideas do you guys have?
I think a good way to handle this is, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there is acceptance of the idea of granting $10,000, an extra $10,000 to grant the Early Learning Coalition $23,000 of CDBG money. Okay?
It has to be CDBG.
It has to, absolutely, it has to be CDBG money.
Cannot be CARES Act. And can you please clarify that as you go down with your allocations?
Yes. Boys and Girls Club, I think we're okay with the 20K. Okay? The Neighborhood Center would receive $25,000, okay, of which $5,750 of that would be CDBG CARES CV3 money. And then Hands of Hope would be granted $25,000. $9,250 of that would be CARES CV3 money. And the Council on Aging, yet to be determined.
Well, how much did you want to give new Hands of Hope out of CDBG funding?
9,250.
Yes.
That would bring them up to 25.
Right, but no. How much out, so, because I'm trying to, you have $83,000, and you're talking about giving 20 to the Boys and Girls Club out of CDBG funding, 23 to Early Learning Coalition out of CDBG funding, about 18,300 out of CDBG funding for the Neighborhood Center. And then you're looking at the same thing, another 18,300 out of, for New Hope out of CDBG. So that's taking you up to $80,000. So you're already
$16,750 for CDBG money going to New Hope.
So,
I need a flow chart, please.
Yeah.
well, Commissioner Bradford, I hope you don't mind. I'm just answering these questions for clarification. I just want to see where they're pulling the money from.
15,750.
They want to give
well, I want to know
CDBG nobody.
Okay, why can't they give?
Right, and then everybody else. These two,
out of CARES Act.
that remain the same.
50,000 for storm.
20K, yeah. I think everybody's okay with the 20K. Yeah.
From CARES Act, you can't take Boys and Girls Club or Early Learning Club.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
While they're talking, I have an answer for you.
Yes.
We have a drainage project at Providence and Normandy.
Yes.
That has been identified.
Just wait.
The problem is getting the material, and our preferred method of dealing with it requires the county right-of-way permit, which they've been reluctant to give us. Mr. Danskin and I will see what we can do about rounding up the material we need in a very timely fashion. That's part of the reason we backed off of that project with the inability to get the piping that we need, but we may be able to find another source in the meantime. So we will report back by the first meeting in July with the full appraisal. But I think there's a couple other areas along that segment of Providence that also, I know Mr. McCool knows an area that has high groundwater table that we had not really identified a specific project, but that it could be done for those of you all who drive Providence, there's an area where you get a black dirt rutted area on the side of the road where it's so wet. We need to provide under drains and an outfall for that area. So I think we can find some projects. The main thing is finding material.
I'm going to let Commissioner Ramos and then Commissioner McCool, and then we're going to at least try to get this wrapped up. My question is, before he goes, you don't have to answer it now, can we take the full $25K for the neighborhood center and for Hands of Hope out of CARES Act? Don't have to answer it now.
Okay.
But
yeah.
That will help.
We can do
Commissioner
that.
Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to go back to Ms. Bradley real quickly. When you said you refer individuals to early learning, are you referring them by helping pay the cost as well, or just referring them?
I'm just referring them. There are individuals who come in who are not even aware of the Early Learning Coalition of Flagler and Volusia County, and I let them know that those services are available if they qualify for them.
Okay, perfect. But it's not that you're using funds of yours to send them? Okay, I needed that clarification. And Madam Mayor, to your point, I think that's what I wanted to ask. If I understood you correctly, $25,000 to the neighborhood center, $25,000 of Hands of Hopes, which it seems, according to the breakout that we have, that it's the only two agencies that we can use our CARES money for.
That is correct.
That's the only two agencies, and that's why you use some of that dollars to give for their request, correct?
Yes. That is correct.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, let's take, if possible, $50,000 from CARES, 25 for neighborhood, 25 for Hands, then those $50,000, and I think I just heard our city manager say that there's a possibility of a project that we can then use our CDD dollars to take care of that, correct?
If that is the case, I would humbly suggest that we continue this to July 5, so we can hash out the details.
So,
and some of the question that we have to ask is, if we give all this money out of CARES Act and it gets saddled with a hard close here in September, can Hands of Hope and can the neighborhood center spend that type of money in that short window of opportunity?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
She's like, yeah.
Yeah.
So would it be, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Would it be correct then to make a motion, not to table,
Continue.
but to continue till a time certain of July 5th? I so moved.
Is there a second?
I make a motion to continue.
Seconded, Commissioner
Second.
Okay, good.
And you'll have a breakdown of the funds, and by then, Mr. Peters will be able to tell us whether or not he could secure materials or not.
Yes.
And I would like to know from Hands of Hope, and, I don't want to not assist, like our Early Learning Coalition, like your Council on Aging, like, the mayor said, in order for them to get the funds, they needed to show that they spent them accordingly and according to the agreement, correct? Okay. So I doubt our city is going to give funds out to anybody that they have to spend it. We don't just give it to them and then they spend it. They spend it first, to my recollection, what I've been taught, correct? They have to spend it first, and then they have to prove to us and show us what they spent it on. So if they didn't spend it accordingly, you guys wouldn't give them funds. So I trust you guys implicitly that you've done that.
And
I guess
Commissioner, can I, just real quickly, I don't think it's a matter of them spending it. I think, to me, more the question is that there is no string attached to the dollars that we're giving them. So in this case, yes, they're spending them, but do we want to continue to fund a paid position for them?
Oh,
And
no,
I think that was the
I
concern.
agree with that. No, I agree with that.
Because I think they're going to always bring an invoice and say that they spent it, but the question is, the dollars that we're giving them are not attached to anything. That's my understanding.
Well, what I'd like to see, though, is it is important, if anybody's been a single mom, they know how much of your paycheck goes to daycare, especially when I'm being told right now that daycare can run you $200 a week for a child.
Yep.
One. Okay, there's not many families here that are having one child. And it's important that our early coalition is funded as well, because like I said, it's going to be a trickle effect. If they can't work, they're not going to be able to buy groceries, they're not going to be able to pay rent, and it's just going to be worse. So we need to be looking forward to what do we need to do to keep us from having a major problem. So I would like to see if it is in it where we can make sure that we do get some of these funds over to the Early Coalition, even if we have to take it from the Council on Aging. Like you said, I'm probably not going to be the favorite person on this, but I would rather see our families' daycare covered, especially since they've had adequate time. And I mean, heck, if you guys want to cover personnel, I've got a few personnel y'all can cover at my office. So, but I did not say that live on the dais. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
I guess we need to vote.
I still have the floor, but I think there's been a motion. Yeah, she did the second, and she just continued on. But I think there's a motion and there's a second. I think we've given direction in what we're expecting. So I say let's call for the vote.
We can't, we have public comment yet.
Oh, sorry.
So Commissioner McCool and Commissioner Sosa, because he's been pretty quiet down
Listen,
there.
I'm out.
If we're moving this on, do we get public? Do we get it? Okay.
Yeah, because it's not tabled.
Okay.
We do have a public participant on this matter.
We do.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we do. But did you want to say anything?
I am taking myself off the board, but just stating that I would like
It's you,
to
Sosa.
see my money. I just don't want my money messed with for early learning and for whatever, everything, right? So
you're up.
Okay. While we're all up here talking about this right now, about the homeless rate potentially going up, while we're talking about people going to be struggling to pay for daycare and food, you guys need to remember in the very near future, we have this thing coming up that we need to set, and that's called the trim notice, which means ad valorem taxes. So just remember, the next time you increase people's taxes, you're helping take dollars out of their pockets to fund something else. So you may be taking money out of somebody's pocket that's going to put them in the need for one of these organizations. Just remember that when it comes time to set the trim notice.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner McCool, I see you flashing on.
Yes, and I would thank you, Madam Mayor. I would acknowledge that, and also acknowledging at the same time that our esteemed governor has taken over $1.5 billion out of our state budget for funding for these programs also. So it's just kind of like give and take here. So we're trying to take care of our people locally with that. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Honorable Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment, and then I'm going to wrap this up.
Madam Mayor, there are two public comments. Albert Bryan, then Terry Carroll, please. Albert Bryan, please.
Yes,
wow,
sir.
Such robust conversation tonight. Okay, the numbers that y'all are throwing out are just boggling to me. But that being said, I would rather see the money stay here in Deltona. I have all the confidence that they can spend the money y'all throw at them. I think they could probably spend more money than what you can throw at them. There's a lot of need in Deltona. There's a lot of people that are being pinched right now. Mr. Sosa, I appreciate your last words. That's well taken. All that being said, the one thing I want to make sure I say here, y'all throw money every year at neighborhood center in DeLand. And yet, where are they? That's interesting. Y'all are having a conversation about giving them money. They can't even be bothered to take the time to show up. But they want money. Interesting. That's interesting to me. And here again, I'm almost say it one more time. Keep the money in Deltona. We have a lot of need. Now, Mayor, I appreciate even what you said about the Council on Aging. But remember, there's a lot of old folks out there. We may not be old yet, but we will get there soon. And sooner or later, we may need that money that you're so willing to pull back from them. Now, I understand as well as you do that they shut the doors for a little while, but hopefully that's not forever. So I'm just saying that you can put the brakes on, but don't shut them out completely. But here again, what a robust conversation y'all had tonight. It's amazing that y'all could actually have a conversation like this about one subject. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Terry Carroll, please.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Terry Carroll. I'm the co-executive director for the Council on Aging. And I do appreciate everything that the city of Deltona does for us. You do help us out tremendously. The senior center is one of our most robust centers in the county, has our largest attendance. I do hear that you've said it's been closed, and while it's true, we did close in 2020, especially in the beginning of the pandemic when seniors were so vulnerable. We only closed to congregate dining and activities. We were very active in providing double the number of services for Meals on Wheels. And then once we got a little bit better with the comfort levels, we actually started with grab and goes. They would come to the center, meet with a few minutes, they check in with our dining site coordinators that are still there, and we sent grab and goes home. So we continued to do that until 2021. We did open the center again. We had some struggles with COVID. We did have to close it again just to get that under control. We opened again in 2021, and we have been open since. We were providing dining services mostly with some limited activities that allowed for socialization, social distancing. And then now recently we have fully opened to all full activities, including nutrition counseling, education, activities. And the seniors are very excited to be back in the center full-time, all the time. And like I said, it's a wonderful place for the seniors. They really struggled through COVID with isolation, and we really don't want to see that happen again. So we would appreciate any consideration you have to keep the funding for Council on Aging. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Mayor, this ends public comment.
Okay, perfect. So, thank you everyone from your organizations that are here tonight. I think that we really appreciate, the commission appreciates those of you that came. And we are going to continue this, if the vote is in favor of that, to the first meeting in August. And I'm sorry, July. Has to be transmitted in August. So I have just 3 questions. And this is probably for Ron and Angelia. When you talk about the CARES Act money, what is our biggest hang up in spending it? And would this proposal, and you can come, you don't have to give any details or anything, I'm just wanting to know what is the issue with spending the money? And
Just managing duplication services.
piggybacking on that question, go ahead, Ron, if you have.
Just, probably the biggest challenge is just making sure we're not duplicating services.
So in
with
other
the
words,
county or-
qualification of people that are
Yeah.
applying for services.
Yeah.
So your biggest, and then you don't duplicate, that you don't, and that, but that-
With the
and that's
county or
been a
other-
challenge for a long
Yeah.
time, right?
Yeah, it has.
So it's not that we don't get the applications,
Some don't qualify.
right? And some aren't willing to give up the information in order to qualify.
That's a common theme.
Yes. So, I mean, it's not, and I want to be clear with this, it's not that the city is not trying to spend that money. You can only do so much with the restrictions that you have. If people don't want to qualify, if
That's
the
correct.
landlord doesn't want to take the money, if the people don't want to cough up the information, you can't give it away.
That is correct.
So, to my next question, for the agencies that are recipients of this, in other words, Hands of Hope and the Early Learning Coalition, I'm not worried about the Council on Aging. I know what you guys don't have those type of restrictions. Are you able, for the Early Learning Coalition, are you able, if you were to have an increase in funding, because a while ago we talked and the need was a lot greater in other cities for your services, because you have to qualify here for everything. Is it a problem for you to spend that money? And you don't have to answer that now. It can all come back for when we revisit this. But I'm going to ask the same question of Hands of Hope. If the city is having problems having people qualify for rental assistance, how is an increase in funding going to go? Are you having the same issues, or are you able to spend that money in a clear time frame? Because that's my other concern. You can throw money at something, but if you don't have the people that qualify for your daycare services, and they don't have the people that qualify, just like the city doesn't have the people that qualify to spend this money, we really need to think about that. And that's something I'd like to have answered for if this moves forward. These are all things that we need to know as a commission, because you're looking at a one-time really nice shot right now, and if we get a continuation, maybe next year with the CARES Act money. But if you look at, Ron, we've already received less in CDBG this year, and you don't know what's going to happen next year. So we need to make the best use that we can and provide the best data for this commission. How many people are we serving? And for the neighborhood center, who is, as the public comment pointed out, not here this evening, I would like to see their data as well.
Okay.
And also the data for the Council on Aging, how many seniors are being served. You know, I mean, the Meals on Wheels is a great program. That needs to be funded no matter what. So, okay? So we have a motion on the floor. Joyce, do you want to reread the motion? If we can remember it with all our babbling.
The motion is to continue the item until time certain to July 5th.
Commission meeting July 5th. Okay? May we vote, please? And the motion passes 6-0. So we will be back the first meeting in July. So moving on to the next item, old business, we have none. We'll move to new business. Item 8A, request approval to award bid number PW 22-028 for Northwest Area Stormwater Management Improvements Project to GPS Civil Construction, Inc. to provide stormwater improvements along the roadways of North Covington Drive, Pigeon Cove, Mandeville, Monarch, East Slater Drive, and Hanley Street at the cost of $1,829,020. Correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Danskin? Director Danskin. No questions? Is there anyone from the public that signed up to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Close the public comment portion of the hearing. Commissioner Sosa.
Steve, just a quick question. With this money here in these streets getting fixed, or whatever stormwater issues are there, on that chart that we had at the beginning of the budget season, where it had X amount of stormwater issues that needed to be addressed in the money, how many of these are on that sheet?
This was one project, so it's not that sheet's not broken up into individual streets, it's by project.
So this will take care of one project?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I would say that was one of the bigger projects on there, the 1.81. All right, and is this being done out of the 22 funds? Or is it
This
being
has
done out of
been
20?
carried over a couple of times for design and permitting issues, so I'm not sure exactly when it was funded, but it's all out of stormwater
it's not for next year's
funds.
funding, it's coming out of what we have
yes.
on our current?
Yes,
Okay.
current funding.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, any other questions?
I'll make a motion.
We need a motion. Go ahead, ma'am.
I move to approve the award of bid to GPS Civil Constructions, Inc. for the Northwest Area Stormwater Management Improvement Projects in the amount of $1,829,020. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Is there a second? Did somebody second it? You, sir? Okay, thank you. Motion properly made by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez, seconded by Commissioner Sosa. Could you reread the motion, please, and then we will vote.
The motion is I move to approve the award of bid to GPS Civil Construction, Inc. for the Northwest Area Stormwater Management Improvements Project in the amount of $1,829,020. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Thank you, ma'am. May we vote, please? Motion passes 6-0. Item B, request for approval to award bid number PW22031 for chemical removal or repurpose to ACT Environmental and Infrastructure, Inc. to provide removal of unused chemicals at the Eastern Wastewater Facility at a cost of $248,780.50. Commissioner Sosa.
Okay. For these items here, are these items we use at the plant, or are they byproducts of?
No, it was a process for sludge dewatering or biosolids handling that was brought in with the Eastern Wastewater Treatment Plant when it was constructed. The process was fairly new, turned out to be ineffective and expensive, and these chemicals are pretty caustic. We've been trying to find other facilities that will take these chemicals off our hands. Nobody wants them, so now we're down to the point of having to pay somebody to take them away.
What would you say is the value of these chemicals if somebody needed them?
Again, there's no market out there for them at all. We've searched high and low all over the state trying to get somebody to take it, and nobody wants them.
So right now they're just sitting at the Eastern plant?
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions? Let's see, Commissioner Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If there's no other questions, I move to approve the award of the bid to ACT Environmental and Infrastructure, Inc. for the chemical removal and disposal services in the amount of $248,780.50. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections, scrivener errors, and the like.
Second. Properly moved by Commissioner Ramos. Was that you, Commissioner Bradford, or Commissioner McCool? McCool? Oh, you're going down. It's getting slow. Any member of the public sign up to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
That closes the public comment portion of the hearing. Joyce, will you please reread the motion, and we will vote.
The motion reads, I move to approve the award of bid to ACT Environmental and Infrastructure, Inc. for chemical removal and disposal services in the amount of $248,780.50. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
May we vote, please? Motion passes 6-0. Item C, request to award medical supplies and pharmaceuticals contracts to Bound Tree Medical LLC, Henry Schein Inc., Life Assist Inc., and Quad Med Inc. Chief.
Hi. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. The staff went out to bid on these medical supplies. These four companies were the lowest on the bid, and we're just requesting that you approve the contracts for these four companies.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's see, Commissioner Bradford.
I'll make a motion. I'll move to award medical supplies and pharmaceutical contracts to Bound Tree Medical LLC, Henry Schein Inc., Life Assist Inc., Quad Med Inc. The acting city manager has the authority to make scrivener errors and the like.
Second. Properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. Has anyone from the public signed up to speak on this item?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That closes the public comment portion of this hearing. Joyce, will you reread the motion, and then we will vote, please.
The motion reads, I move to award medical supplies and pharmaceutical contracts to Bound Tree Medical LLC, Henry Schein Inc., Life Assist Inc., and Quad Med Inc. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Thank you, ma'am. May we vote, please? Motion passes 6-0. Next up, public forum.
Madam Mayor, there are two public comments. Jody Lee, then Sarah Bryan, please. Jody Lee, please.
Hello once again. Jody Lee, 777 Cortland Boulevard,
vice chair for the planning and zoning, and of course, you know, candidate for District 6. I just want to say I appreciate all y'all being up here doing it, whether I agree with your votes or not, I appreciate it. One thing I want to make clear, you already know what's coming, Ms. McCool, sorry. I had another run-in. I'm sure you guys all know about my business this weekend. Now, we've been in business 14 years, actually, sorry, 15 years. We don't hurt people. We try to do stuff that brings people around our community together. I've had 18 instances with code enforcement for the last 2 years. I started doing permits. They go back and contact people, contact the owner of the plaza and make it more difficult. I've had, Madam Mayor, you've been there. Commissioners, you all been there. You were in a Dunkin' tank. You were throwing out the balls, doing Mr. Chitwood, our sheriff, in the tank. I had code enforcement sitting there saying they're going to shut me down. I have a video with a code enforcement officer poking my gentleman that does all my media. He was poking him in the chest, making physical contact. On that same video, there's a city manager on there saying he's going to make an he's going to make, sure, I can't even think of the word. He was going to make, the hell's the word, Michael? Oh, that's it. He was going to make an example of me for doing all these events. So I asked, what do you mean example? I mean, what, a taxpayer, a working person, a business owner in town? What kind of example of you people are you talking about? Everybody knows that I'm on the planning and zoning. They know where I live. They know where my business is. But yet we were going to do a weekend event this weekend. Actually, it wasn't even an event. It was just a get-together that I've been doing for 3 or 4 years now. Never have to get a permit for Bike Week. But instead, code enforcement called the property owner, caused a big stink, which turned out to be a mistake because it's only a sponsor. And I appreciate some phone calls some elected officials made on my behalf, and it got straightened. But I just want to let y'all know, it's the constant thing. With that video I have of our city manager making them comments about making an example out of me, I've spoke with Mr. Burbank, sat down with Herb Hitchcock. I know y'all are very fun, know him. A few other attorneys. There's already more than enough for a harassment lawsuit for code enforcement and the city manager going after my business. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not going to do it. But I just want you all to be aware, this is what's taking place. This ain't the first time I've been here complaining about it. And the way it's going, it's not going to be the last. You know, I had an event and cars were backed up out on the road. Sorry, Ms. McCool, Mr. Ramos, Mayor Hurd, you guys were all there that day. There was no traffic backed up on the street that day. But this is what's been told to people. I hope we're all aware of what's going on. This is what's taking place. We all know that in prior people being here, code enforcement was used as a tool and for punishment and to go after, and it's happening again. And this ain't the first time I've been here. So I just want to make you all aware, if anything else further comes out of this, I made it known because the only people can direct him is y'all. And until November, I'm just going to be here, sitting here, keep talking, because after November, I'll be sitting up there. I appreciate it. Again, I appreciate y'all being up there and listening, taking your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Sarah Bryan, please.
Sarah Bryan, Deltona. Normally I watch this at home, and I always told my parents that it would take something real important to me to speak to you guys. And boy, howdy, y'all managed it. I'd like to think that you all would know that this month is Pride Month. However, considering it took you all 12 days to even put a rainbow on the seal, I'm going to assume maybe not. We are in the second commission meeting of June, and I did not hear one single proclamation for Pride Month, which I think is interesting considering I know a commissioner up here has repeatedly said the word gay at one point in time in a commission meeting, and even went so far as to berate other Facebook members on a post. Where's that support now, I wonder? I also especially find it interesting that you've chosen to ignore both Pride Month and Asian American Pacific Islander Month, which was last month, and yet you, interestingly enough, go out and support other national months. I'm just curious as to why you support some national months and not others. it just makes me wonder how inclusive you really are if you're going to sit there and involve yourself in some national months and just flat out ignore others. June is a very historic and national important month for Pride members. Just in case you don't know any, I'll give you 2 examples that are really important. On June 12th, 2016, Orlando lost 49 people because someone decided that gay people shouldn't exist and went into the gay club that they were participating in. I'll give you one even further back. June 28th, 1969, when trans black women decided that they were going to riot at Stonewall Inn because they wanted to live peacefully. So for you to not recognize Pride Month hurts me as a Deltona resident, because not only am I a Deltona resident, I am a member of the LGBTQ community as a bisexual woman. And it hurts me, it's painful that my own city won't recognize a month that is very important to me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, this ends public comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item is item 10, comment on consent agenda. Is there any?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, that closes that item. And 11, we have consent agenda. 11A, request approval of the task authorization with Rocha Controls for the installation of soft start motor control center and associated hardware at Water Plant 13 in accordance with their agreement with the City of Deltona and RFQ number PW 18-04 for supervisory control and data acquisition SADA system upgrades and maintenance in the amount of $36,845. And item B is request approval of the task authorization with Rocha Controls for the installation of VFD, variable frequency drive motor control center and associated hardware at Water Plant 15 in accordance with their agreement with the City of Deltona and RFQ number PW-18-04 for the supervisory control and data acquisition SADA system upgrades and maintenance in the amount of $46,272. Do we have a motion for items A and B on consent? Commissioner Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If there's no questions or concern, I make a motion to approve consent agenda item A and B.
Seconded by Commissioner Bradford, properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. May we vote, please, on both consent agenda items?
And again, the motion was to approve the consent agenda items A and B.
Yes. And that passes 6-0. Special reports and requests, commissioners. Commissioner McCool.
Madam Mayor, I would like to ask for direction. I am reporting on the car show as per our city commission policy. So I'd like to know if you'd like me to report that now or wait for commission comments.
Report now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As each of you have received, commissioners have received just a small little packet, the report, written report for the car show that was had. What you have is a copy of the sponsorship request and sponsorship, the thank you for the letters, copy of the program, copy of the financials, just so that you could get an idea of what we did. I wanted to let you know that we if you look at the financials here, we collected over 5,000 diapers to be redistributed back into the community, and I'm going to say at a diaper distribution when it cools off, because my Lord, it's hot to stand out under a tent. So that will be happening. Also, the cash left over from this, if you will look on your financials here, after our expenditures, what we are doing is we are dividing up the cash to go back into our community charities that we have as the following. $500 will go to New Hope and their missions. We will be spending $500 giving $500 to Deltona Strong towards the community gardens. We will also be giving $250 to the Pregnancy Center, which will be renamed, they're in process of being renamed the Hope Resource Center. And then the other $250 will go to the Boys and Girls Club and those will be distributed out later in the week. And there's a small balance of $40, and we will leave that out for postage for long-term thank you cards. So I just wanted to present that. There are copies that will be available online. There are also copies in the back for the public if they would like to take them. On behalf of everyone that up here on the dais that approved this, it was a spectacular event. We had 109 cars registered, and I think that we put this together in 7 weeks, less than 8 weeks, about 7 weeks, and we had a lot of participation. People loved it and are waiting for the next one, so we'll keep you up to date on planning that. So I'd like to thank all of you. I'd like to thank everyone that came out and participated, and it was just very meaningful for everybody to be involved in this, so thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Good job. Commissioner Bradford?
So I don't know if you want me to bring it up here or later. I did get a phone call and an email from a resident today. She said she contacted the water department, and well, first she had a plumber come out, I guess, because her sprinkler system wasn't working right. And I was like, kind of, where's it going? She has reclaimed water, and they diagnosed that there was nothing wrong with her actual plumbing. She did call the city, and she was informed that, yes, we know there's a problem with the reclaimed water getting to the homes. It's low. So she was wondering if there's any way that we can get a letter out so before her or neighbors or anybody else spends money on calling plumbers out just to be told there's nothing wrong, we just have a low reclaimed water table, if maybe we can do that. And I kind of have to agree with her. If she's calling and she's being told, oh yeah, we're aware of a problem, it'd be nice for residents to know that before they have a plumbing bill. Although she did say she talked to her neighbor, and her neighbor's stating that they do not have a problem with reclaimed water. So I don't know if you guys can confirm whether or not there is a low water table on the reclaimed water. And if there is, can we get something out to residents so they don't need to waste money on extra plumbers? Her other question was, since she's not going to be able to use the reclaimed water to water, she's going to have to use the regular water, and are they going to get any sort of breaks?
Madam Commissioner, I am aware that I believe it was early Saturday morning, around 5:30 in the morning, we essentially ran out of reclaimed water. This has been a very unusual year in that it had been unseasonably dry. I think the last time we were this dry was back in 1998 when we had all the fires. And Lord knows I'm not hoping that happens, but just to give you a historical context. One of the struggles with the reclaimed water system is it used to be that you could augment reclaimed water with groundwater. The DEP does not allow that. And so we have to do things like attempt to augment with stormwater and things of that nature. But we were unable to get a ready supply. I would suggest that our residents contact the people in Deltona Water. We can give them information about when's the best time. One of the problems we have is a very large percentage of the people irrigate between 1 in the morning and 6 in the morning. So you have a very high demand. And so if people would do a better job of being from 6 o'clock at night until 10 o'clock in the morning, kind of spread it out, because I would say that the neighbors that have water probably were irrigating at midnight, 1 in the morning, when we had an adequate supply. We are looking at what we can do long-term to improve the availability of reclaimed water. We did cut the golf course off. They've gone to their own wells. They're a very large user of reclaim, so that will take a lot of the load off of our reclaim system so that we can keep up with demand for our residential customers. So we are aware of it. We will do a better job of putting notices on the web page as to when we're running low so that people are aware of it.
Okay, but that's the thing. You get seniors, they don't go to the webpage. They don't have Facebook. They don't have, I mean, are we doing the newsletter at all?
We can take a look at it. I mean, it's an education thing. I know from 25 years of reclaimed water uses and management, typically during the dry season, the weekends are the worst because everybody wants to irrigate on the weekend. If we can get better distribution of the reclaimed uses, and we're going to have to take a good hard look at what other alternative water. If you remember, we had the straw project on the river. Big reason for that project is to augment our reclaimed water system. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little while before it's done. So in the meantime, we need to find an alternative source of water that can tide us over until the straw project is done.
Okay, so can we educate staff so that when they call up, that they can inform them of everything that Mr. Peters just said? Because when they call and they're just told, oh yeah, we're aware of it, and when she asks what is she supposed to do, and she just, I get the frustration, and I'm trying to keep so we don't have any more frustration. So I just appreciate you addressing that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. City Attorney, any comments? City Manager.
I want to remind you all that on Monday at noon, we will be doing the line-by-line review of the budget. You all have received not only a copy of the line-by-line, but I have sent you all supplemental email with additional information that will assist in that process based on questions that have been asked. I am trying to keep my schedule clear. I encourage each of you all to come in, make an appointment, come in and sit down with staff and I to go through the budget so that we know what your concerns are, so that we, at a minimum, we're better able to answer your questions on Monday. So I encourage that. In fact, I reached out to someone in the community over the weekend and encouraged them to come in. So, we have an open door policy, and we would like to sit down and have that opportunity to review prior to Monday.
Okay, that's it. City Commission. Commissioner McCool, would you like to begin this evening?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One thing I have is I would like to announce that we will be having another social services meeting on July 1st here in Chambers. We'll be meeting from 10 a.m. to 12 noon p.m. If you can make it, that would be fantastic. What we'll be speaking about is finishing up the Community Resource Guide, an online form with live active events, and the paper copy that we can pass out to our community partners. We will culminate in an August 6th event at the center. It will be a community resource day, and the fact that what we'll have out there is we will have legal services out there. We will have resources for the community to talk about rental assistance help. We'll have substance abuse and mental health. We will have educational resources out there. We will have a lot of resources there. We will also have Miss Carla from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office there. She's going to do the Hidden in Plain Sight room, and this is where the parents will be able to come in and see in a bedroom setup where kids stash stuff these days. They're a lot smarter than we were. I mean, I'm not me, but I'm just saying they are where they hide stuff. It will be a good resource. So we'll have a lot of resources like that. I encourage you, there will be flyers put out and there will be information sent out regarding both of those meetings. So if you are a participating agency or if you would like to participate and find out about participating August the 6th for the community, please get in touch with me and there'll be more information to follow. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say our youth basketball league has started this weekend, so we have approximately about 10 or 11 teams. They start playing about 8 or 9 in the morning, and they're there to about maybe 6 o'clock. So if you're bored on a Saturday, swing by West Crowell and check out the league and the great things that are happening there. Mr. Peters, a question as far as for correction. I know I had mentioned here the last time about the luncheons and the breakfast and luncheons that were being provided through the county. And I know it was going to be West Crowell, Skate Park, and Harris-Saxon. Now, my understanding, it's not a grab and go like it used to be before, and we're not doing that at West Crowell because we don't have the room. By the way, we have a great summer program that they're doing on Monday through Friday. And we're not doing it in Skate Park as well, because my understanding, they're supposed to come in and sit down. They're not allowed to. Are we having this in Harris-Saxon or no?
Can you ask that last question?
Are we still offering the breakfast and lunch at Harris-Saxon?
We are still offering the lunch at Harris-Saxon. The biggest change is they don't allow the grab and go like they have in the past. So Harris-Saxon is the location for that.
Yeah, because I know we have the Boys and Girls Club there, but there's ample room. So I just wanted to make that correction as far as for the breakfast and lunch that is being distributed throughout the county. And I believe this might be a state thing that was mandated, that it can't be a grab and go. They have to actually sit down for their breakfast and their lunch. So Harris-Saxon is the only facility that, my understanding, the city here is using. But as far as West Crowell and Skate Park, they're not. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bradford?
Ms. Bryant, thank you for coming up and making us aware of that. You're right, it is, and I'm sorry we did not acknowledge that. And thank you for your bravery in coming up and talking about that. Also, I want to say today's Juneteenth, which I'm kind of shocked too when I was listening to the news this morning, that this is actually considered a holiday, and yet nobody's even acknowledging it. So, I don't know if we can, but I would love to see us do what we can next year. I know we had talked about having a Juneteenth celebration, but it's important. Also, I received phone calls over the weekend. A letter was sent out, as you had sent us a copy of the letter regarding the sign ordinance. When we did the sign ordinance, it was my understanding that we were not allowed to discriminate on signs. They were very strict about that, correct, Marcia? Okay, so in the sign ordinance states and has sizes and it has square footages of signs. And it does not specify in the sign ordinance that the signs, if they're campaign signs, that they each have to have an individual permit for each location. So I think we need to go back. Did you look at the letter that was sent out to all? No, I'm talking to the attorney. There was a letter that was sent out to all candidates, and I know that there's a very strict guideline when it comes to that law, and I think it needs to be relooked at very cautiously, because they're being told that they have to have a sign permit for their campaign signs, yet in the sign ordinance, it does not specify. It just says that if the signs are under XYZ size, that they can be there as a temporary sign for X amount of days. But now it's being said that if it's a campaign sign and it's this size, from my understanding, we are not allowed to discriminate based on a sign, correct?
Content.
I haven't seen this letter, but I will look at it. I'll talk to Ron about it.
Please do, yeah,
Sure.
because we've got a little bit of discrepancy in that, and I know that can cause us trouble with that. And I'd like to have clarification on that, because I've went through the sign ordinance over the weekend, and all I saw was sign sizes and square footage, and it didn't specify a sign. And it didn't specify that for each location needed a permit. But now they're being told that each location for these signs, that it just says, hey, if it's a temp sign, it's 120 days. So just, if you can, please
I
go
will,
over that.
because we still have issues. Even if we don't technically need to do a permit, we have to make sure that, we're not in the right of way and we're not
Correct.
Obstructing, view corridors. So I'll get back to you.
Right, yeah, and I understand that. We did have where we were worried about, in the city right away, and it had to be this and that. But some of these signs are not in city right away, and they're within the guidelines of what you have under a general sign as a temp sign. I think it was 120 days, but they're still being told that they have to pull a permit for every single sign.
Well, let me clarify. signs up to 3 square feet, which is typical 18 by 24 sign, does not require a permit. They can be on private property. From a content standpoint, not much we can do. Now, from 3 square feet up to 32 square feet does require a permit. But rather than requiring permits at each individual location, we are asking the candidates to come in and get a sign permit, no cost, for the sign between 3 feet and 32 square feet. We're not asking. There was a problem over the weekend where a code officer told someone they had to have a permit for individual property, and it was an error. We corrected that this morning. I knew it was an error over the weekend, but really didn't have a chance to take care of it until today. But that has been addressed. There's also been an issue with regard to the availability of the permit form online. I asked Mr. Paradise to work with IT to get that form on the front page of the city website so that people can find it and fill it out properly, because it is free. There's really no reason for people to have to come in to do it. And so that's the clarification of how it works. So, for instance, if you have a standard sheet of plywood, 4 foot by 8 foot, that's 32 square feet, you can put that sign on somebody's property as long as you don't block the site triangle, things of that nature, with an overall sign permit.
That is correct. And what the individual was told, he already has a permit, and they knocked on the resident's location and asked them for the permit.
Yep. That was
correct. That cannot happen. That's way against our sign ordinance. So, and I don't know, maybe it's just me. I think letters and certain things need to go before our attorney. Resolutions, letters, we have an attorney for a reason, and they need to go before the attorney, before they're presented and sent out. So that's all I have. Happy Juneteenth, everybody, and we'll see you next Monday for a wonderful long meeting. We're going to have lunch and dinner.
Yes.
Just checking.
We need food, correct? It's going to be hangry up here.
I'll bring food. I'll bring chicken wings.
Bring chicken wings and pizza? Okay. Make sure you wash your hands, okay?
I'll wear 2 masks, too.
She did. Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Sosa?
I'll keep it short tonight. I just want to thank everybody that came out tonight and voiced their concerns on all the agenda items.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to give a shout out to the Freemasons in our fire department for holding a swap event this past Saturday for a little girl, Leia, who is in need of a transplant. And so they did this event and hoping that they could find a match for her. I don't know what the results were, but they had a good turnout, so I'm really happy to see that. Ms. Bryan, I want to tell you that the city had a logo on their Facebook for the week, and I think they took it down because they were getting bombarded with people not appreciating this month. Because I saw it, I was very happy to see it. The city of Deltona, and I'm not trying to defend Deltona, but the city of Deltona was the only one who had a huge event for polls, because Lee Lopez and I put it together out here. We must have had over 200 people attending. And I spent a lot of time on Saturday with the DeLand Pride group, celebrating also Juneteenth over there in DeLand with them. So thank you for coming up and bringing this up to our attention. Yes, we missed that. And like Commissioner says, I truly apologize for that. I have a question. It happened so fast that it went by me. But I have a question regarding the car show budget report. I know the city did an in-kind donation. Am I correct? Yes, Shouldn't that have been part of this report?
Yeah, I have not gotten the hours from Mark, and I will amend that, so thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So just a couple things. It was a busy week, not only budget meetings and all that other fun stuff, and more to come. We also had on Thursday at the center, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce had their installation banquet and was able to install their new board and their new president, and it was a really well-attended, very, very nice event. And, you know, it's an honor to have the chambers and the Rotary and everyone come to Deltona and use our facilities, and the theme was really partnerships. And I know several of you were here, and it's amazing how the chambers are starting to work together and provide that service and the growth and the camaraderie for the entire West Volusia and East Volusia area. And on Friday, as you said also, the Masons had an event at the center. That was also a very nice, well-attended event. And Saturday, there was a grand opening, or like, they didn't open, but an open ribbon cutting for the Advanced Cardiovascular Center, also up by the center, an amazing building. It's actually going to be a surgery center, and they are going to be able to do so much cool stuff there. So what an asset for Deltona, and to see and tour that. There's state-of-the-art equipment, and you know, they did it, the design and similar architectural design to the center. It was very, very nice event, and so proud of our city that we are drawing these events and the people, and more are becoming aware of the assets that we have. I know that Commissioner Bradford and Vice Mayor, you've addressed the two things about Juneteenth and Pride Month and the other items that you mentioned, Ms. Bryant. And when we get requests for proclamations, a lot of times those are requests that are sent in from people that want us to do a proclamation for an event, for a month, for things like that. And the staff upstairs gets those requests. That said, I am going to request that we, as a city, look at a calendar, and if we're going to be doing requests for this and that, we need to go ahead and look at the upcoming items and upcoming honorees and events and months that we have. And if we're going to be doing proclamations for this and that, we need to really address the bigger picture. And whether we get bad or nasty comments on Facebook or Instagram, because we weren't the only ones. Someone had said that was going on, and I looked at Volusia County's, they posted something. You know, there are bad and nasty comments and good and great comments on almost every post. And so I commend the city for initially starting out and doing that. I don't think you should take it down. You can stop comments if you want, or you can mute the comments and let them be there. But I just think to take things down or to not participate in that, we're a very, and I've said this all along, I've lived in this city since 1983, we're a very diverse community. We have seniors, we have youth, we have families, we are multicultural, and we all weave together in a mosaic that is Deltona. We don't have segregated areas, and you find in a lot of cities. Deltona is an amazing blend of people. And that is one of our strong suits that we have as a city of 90,000+ people. We are so diverse, and we do diversity well. And we should embrace all of our community. And I apologize to you for the perception that we didn't care. We have to change how we address things, and that's on all of us. I know commissioners have brought things forward for certain events. People have requested certain events, but there are some things that we that we have to be more inclusive and sensitive about across the board. And not only what you mentioned tonight, but other things. So I will make that an effort to look at what we have upcoming nationally, statewide, locally, and what's important to this diverse community that we all call home. Thank you all. It's been a long night, although not as long as I expected. Thought it would be longer. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, staff, and those of you in the public for staying and indulging us. We will see you Monday for the budget. We are adjourned.